Welcome, everybody, to today's regularly scheduled Minnesota Public Utilities Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. I will first do a roll call of the commissioners present. Commissioner Hom?
Here.
Commissioner Tuma?
Here.
I'm also present, so a quorum is here. So with that, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Items 2 and 3 will not be heard before 12:30. So if you are here for those, or if you're online for docket items 2 or 3, you got a little time. So do whatever you want to do, but we're not going to hear from you for about 2.5 hours. With that, we will move to docket number 1, and I will have PUC analyst Craig Janasek introduce the matter. Mr. Janasek.
Good morning, commissioners. Agenda item number 1 is docket number 22415 and 22416 regarding the application of GRE and Minnesota Power for a certificate of need and route permit for the Northland Reliability Project. The questions before the commission are: should the commission adopt the administrative law judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearing adequately address the issues identified in the scoping decision? Should the commission grant a certificate of need for the project? Should the commission issue a route permit identifying a specific route and permit conditions for the project? Several late comments and decisions were filed. They were sent to your inbox for your review. Chair Sullivan has granted several people permission to speak, as their comments were in response to decision options filed by commissioners. Staff and parties are available for questions. Staff does not have any opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Janasek. First, I would like to state that I thank you to everybody who is here today and who is online. For all documents that the commission will be working on today, or anything that's late filed that's not in e-dockets, I'm asking that staff can flash those up online so we can so people can see what we're working from. Make sure we always do that, but I just want to call that out so people know that know what we're working off of. So first of all, I know there's a lot of interest in the docket today because with the construction of any new large transmission project, there are significant impacts. But before we start, there are a couple of procedural things I want to go over. First, the way that I'm planning to structure the discussion today will be to first hear from the applicant, which is the Department, then the Department of Commerce, the parties that requested to speak pursuant to the hearing notice, and the landowners affected by Commissioner Tuma's decision options filed on Tuesday. I recognize that a number of folks have also come to the hearing or are online. We do not normally take testimony from people on the day of the hearing, but I have made an exception for the landowners who are affected by this decision option. Now, that said, I want you all to know that I have read every letter or correspondence in the record. If you take the time to write it, I take the time to read it. If during the conference, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but I feel like they do the exact same thing. We review the record deeply. If during the conversation we have a question, we may call on you, but I want you to know that we have read your comments, and I seriously consider your concerns as I weigh the potential routes we pick. So after testimony, we will move to decision options 1 through 5. Commissioners will ask questions of the parties on these options, and then we will move to deliberations and a vote. So decision options 1 through 5, just to chalk people's memory, and apparently my memory, are, let me get the decision options. One through 5 are the ALJ report, the environmental assessment, and the certificate of need. After we have a vote on decision options 1 through 5, then we will move to the route permit itself. Those are decision options 6 and 7. The first decision we must make is whether we go with 6 or with 7. And from there, we will then take each region separately. Commissioners will ask questions, deliberate, and vote on each region. After we determine what we do with 6 or 7, then we will take up decision options 8 through 12, and decision options 8 through 12 are the permit conditions, administrative issues, and the compliance filing. So with that, we'll move to the applicant. I don't know who from the applicant is here. If you could just introduce yourself for the record, and you have 5 minutes. The folks that also I should mention, so we have the applicant, the Department of Commerce, then we have the attorneys who are representing some of the landowners who've asked to testify pursuant to the notice, and then the 2 landowners who are have requested to testify on Commissioner Tuma's motion. Everybody has 5 minutes. The 2 landowners who have requested will be splitting their 5 minutes. With that, to the applicant.
Thank you, Chair.
Sullivan. I know, she's not here, so.
Just wasn't sure if the microphone was on.
We don't get turns to, the cameras are not working today, so.
Okay. Chair Sullivan and Commissioners, the applicants really appreciate the department's and the Commission's staff work on both of these dockets. The process that was directed by this Commission has resulted in a full and robust record on which the Commission can make a decision today on the applicant's requests for a certificate of need and route permit for the Northland Reliability 345 kilovolt transmission project, which is also known as MISO LRTP Project Number 3. The Northland Reliability Project is an important part of MISO's Tranche 1 portfolio of transmission projects. The project is needed to support continued reliable electric service in northern and central Minnesota, as well as the upper Midwest region. The project is also crucial to providing necessary system support as the electric system transitions from fossil fuel-fired generation and that Minnesota works to achieve its carbon-free by 2040 requirements. The need for the project was broadly supported by participants in the informal process, including the department. As much of the focus of this proceeding was on where to locate this project, I will now turn my attention to those issues. During the scoping process, this Commission asked the applicants to further evaluate whether there were additional opportunities for co-location of this new 345 kilovolt transmission project along existing transmission line corridors, above and beyond the 85% of the route that was proposed in the application. The applicants took this direction very seriously and developed several alternatives that provided for additional co-location of the project or stacking with existing transmission lines. Each of these alternatives would require reconstruction of existing transmission lines to ensure that there's sufficient room for the 345 kilovolt project, follow safety and reliability code requirements, and maximize corridor sharing to the greatest extent practicable. Further, through this overall process, the applicants identified that it was important to present this Commission with routes that were constructible end to end. The modified proposed route on the record provides for a constructible route that's consistent with the state routing criteria at a cost that is in line with the MISO cost estimates for the project. The co-location maximization route provides for a constructible route that is consistent with the state routing criteria, but is at a cost of approximately $150 million to $200 million more than that of the modified proposed route. The applicants do not have a preference between these 2 routes, but have developed them for this Commission's consideration and evaluation. On January 10th, the applicants provided responses to the Commission's questions on several matters. For purposes of my limited time today, I'm going to focus on comments related to Alternative E and Route Alternative E4 and Route Alternative E5. The applicants also filed additional materials yesterday in response to the public comments that were filed by January 17th. As stated in those comments, these 2 route alternatives would likely result in displacement of existing residential and storage structures and would necessitate the relocation of the Riverton substation at a cost of at least $60 million more than the co-location maximization route and $140 million more than the modified proposed route. I'll also turn to the Long Lake region. Both the co-location maximization route and the modified proposed route follow the same route and have the same route width in this area. In staff decision options 6D16 and 7D15, The staff recommends a change to the anticipated alignment for the project. The applicants note that it's not uncommon for a final alignment to deviate from an anticipated alignment while still remaining within the route width as the applicants work with individual landowners to the extent practicable during the design process. As to these two route options, the applicants have talked with Mr. Erickson, the landowner who is affected by these, and believe that there is an alignment that would allow for the right-of-way to be located on the easternmost boundary of the route along Mr. Erickson's property, subject to further design, engineering, and geotechnical evaluation. Therefore, the applicants do not object to decision options 6D16 and 7D15, with the understanding that the applicants and Mr. Erickson will work together to identify a reasonable way to cross the northern portion of Mr. Erickson's property to move the right-of-way to the easternmost edge of the route. There was also some discussion about the special conditions to the route permit in this proceeding, particularly related to the vegetation management plan and the agricultural impact mitigation plan. The applicants will work with the special conditions recommended by staff in this proceeding. The applicants have already had discussions with the Vegetation Management Working Group and will be meeting with them in mid-February to address any additional comments that group may have on the vegetation management plan filed with the application. I realize that my time is limited, but I would be happy to walk through the applicant's preferred decision options and the late filed decision options.
And I would
either now or
appreciate
later.
that if you could walk through the preferred decision options and then also the department as well. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Before I do that, I need to correct my alternative from 3A, 3B to 4A and 4B. I meant to put that under the certificate of need. So not to confuse everybody before you start that, I think I want to make sure that it is meant to be 4A and 4B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hum, we appreciate that clarification.
Just one last thing. Who are you?
Sorry. It's a very good question. Cody Verhalen on behalf of applicant Minnesota Power.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Verhalen.
have you here, Regent. I didn't know that, so.
The applicants will first address the decision options that were presented by staff in the briefing papers, and then address the decision options that were presented or offered by the commissioners this week. First, for the decision options presented in the staff briefing papers, the applicants support decision options 1, 2, 4, either 6 or 7, with the applicant's preferred modifications as noted by staff, including 6D16 or 7D15, depending on the route selected by the commission. The applicants also support decision options 8, 10, 11, and 12.
Thank you, Ms. Verhalen.
If the chair would allow, I'd like to walk through the decision options that the commissioners filed this week.
Sure.
As to TUMA decision options 6B1 and 8, the applicants do not support these decision options with respect to the involvement of a landowner resolution liaison, but do respectfully request that the Swatera route width be approved to allow the applicants to work with the landowners in this area, understanding that the starting point may be the alignment identified by Commissioner Tuma in these decision options. As to TUMA decision option 6C17, applicants have no objection to incorporating this modification into the co-location maximization route, but do note it would be at an additional cost of $5.8 million. As to TUMA decision option 6D17, applicants do not support this decision option with respect to the landowner resolution liaison and request a route width of 1,000 feet instead of 500 feet to ensure that the route width extends to the northern property line of the property at question. As to decision option 6D18, applicants do not support this decision option as drafted, but propose revisions that instead do not limit the application's routing decisions to a purely economic evaluation or prejudge what a landowner may want, but still require additional information from Minnesota Power when it seeks cost recovery. As stated in the letter filed yesterday, the impact of purchasing a property is more than just a financial calculation. There are many reasons a landowner may want to not be displaced, even if the cost of displacement is less than the cost of making an alignment change. And the applicants want the ability to work with those landowners in those situations. The applicants have no objection to TUMA decision option 8A. As to TUMA decision option 9A, Ms. Agramonte will address that decision option in a moment. As to decision option 9B, the applicants do not think this decision option is necessary in light of the proposed changes to 6D18, but have proposed revisions if the Commission thinks an additional decision option is necessary. The language as originally drafted may have unintended consequences and may actually prevent the applicants from working as fully with landowners as they normally would in a post-route permit proceeding, particularly in situations like that of Mr. Erickson, where the landowner does not want to be displaced, but they're willing to work with the landowners on moving that alignment to a different location. As to Commissioner Ham's decision option 4A, the applicants do not support this decision option as the dollar amount represents the low range of the estimate in the application for the originally proposed route with less co-location and is also representative of the scoping estimate used by MISO. The low range estimate has not historically been used in proceedings to set recovery amounts, and further, the scoping estimate prepared by MISO did not take into account the many modifications that have been made during this proceeding to the applicant's routes, including the potential for this Commission to select the co-location maximization route and make other alignment changes. Therefore, while the applicants do not support decision option 4A, they do support the original wording of decision option 12 to be held to the revised project cost estimate based on the route and conditions imposed by the Commission today. On decision option 3B, the applicants do not object to Commissioner Ham's decision option 3B, so long as the Commission understands that certain information will need to be filed as trade secret to the extent it contains cost competitive information, and also so long as such filings are not in conflict with any MISO tariff or other rule. I'll now ask Ms. Agramonte to address the decision option 9A.
Ms. Agramonte, and if you could introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Lisa Agramonte with the law firm of Frederickson and Byron, and I represent the co-applicant Great River Energy. The applicants oppose option 9A offered by Commissioner Tuma. It's a landowner resolution liaison, and in the applicant's view, there is no reason for this new process to be implemented based on the record in this docket. It would be unprecedented, as a liaison has never been proposed or required for another transmission project in the state. The applicants here have a demonstrated record of working cooperatively with landowners to acquire land rights in a timely fashion to complete the construction of projects, beginning with CapEx, which, as you all may know firsthand, was a broad statewide initiative to increase the 345 system in this state and involved thousands of landowners. In projects since, that model has been used to, again, work with landowners to obtain as many voluntary agreements as possible. We think the liaison condition is problematic for 3 reasons. One, it establishes an uncertain relationship of a liaison to Chapter 117, which governs all land acquisitions for these projects that may end up in condemnation. Second, rather than streamlining and resolving conflict, we believe that this new person with this new role with new responsibilities will add time, costs, and frustration, mainly on behalf of the landowners. Third, the condition is likely in conflict with Minnesota law, particularly the limits of Chapter 117 and the scope of the Commission's authority identified in 216E12, stating that all condemnations should be completed in accordance with Chapter 117. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agramonte. Just hold on. I know you're going to, I can see you.
She was intentionally not giving me eye contact. That's okay.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I expect that we'll have conversations. You and I have had conversations about real estate issues in the past, and today they will continue.
Thank you. Ms. Verhalen, if you could just, when we got to Commissioner decision options, the applicants were okay with the Swatera route. Is that, which decision option is that again?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioners, 6B8, Commissioner Tuma had recommended not adopting the Swatera route alternative. The applicants asked that the commissioners do adopt the Swatera route alternative to allow the applicants to work with landowners in this area.
6B8.
Yes, Chair Sullivan.
I might be looking at an older version because mine only goes to 6B7.
It is 7.
Okay.
My apologies, Chair
Nope,
Sullivan.
that's okay. That's why I was wondering. Okay, and then 6C7, recognizing there was a $5.8 million increase. Other than that, the applicants were okay.
Yes, Chair
Was
Sullivan.
there something before 6B7 that you mentioned?
Not a decision option.
Okay, great.
6C17 is
6C17,
additional co-location.
and you were not in favor of that. That was a no.
We weren't. Let me clarify, Chair Sullivan. My apologies. 6C17, which is extending the co-location at the Mississippi River. The applicants do not object to that route alternative. Just wanted to make sure the commission understood that
Okay.
alternative was an additional
Okay.
$5.8 million.
Yeah. Okay, I was looking at 6D17, so, and you were not okay with that. 6D17.
6D17, we do not support the landowner resolution liaison, but we support the rest of that decision option if the route is widened to 1,000 feet.
What route? Okay.
And
Thank you.
all of these adjustments were reflected in the attachment 2 filing that the applicants made yesterday, just for clarity of record.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Verhalen. The Department of Commerce, I know you're ready to stand by for questions, Mr. Sullivan, but you're not planning any testimony right now. That's fine. If you want to introduce yourself for the record and just get that out of the way.
This is Jim Sullivan, and I'm with the Minnesota Department of Commerce Energy Environmental Review and Analysis Unit, and I'm the project manager for the Northland Reliability Project.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. All right, now we will hear from the represented parties. If those attorneys would like to come forward. One's on, okay. Is that the gentleman online? If you could. Is that Mr. Anderson?
Sir, this is Mr. Anderson, but to be clear, I am not appearing today as an attorney. I'm appearing as the spokesperson for the Little Rabbit Lake area property owners, of which I and my spouse are 2 of them. So I do wish to be clear in that regard on the record.
Okay, so you're not representing all of the landowners on Rabbit Lake, though. You're representing yourself.
No, I am speaking on behalf. I have been designated by all of the property owners.
Okay, that's fine. You've been designated. Okay,
I am not acting as an attorney, just to be clear.
got it.
But
Okay.
I am speaking on behalf of the 70 property owners.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, feel free to testify. And if you
Thank
could,
you, sir.
to the extent you are prepared, let us know which decision options you would like us to move on.
And thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here today. As I mentioned, I am speaking on behalf of the approximately 70 individuals and 3 businesses that own collectively 47 parcels of property located within or directly adjacent to the 3,000-foot wide route width that the applicants request for their modified proposed route, or the 1,000 to 1,120 foot
Mr. Anderson,
wide
could
route width.
you speak a little closer to your microphone?
I'm sorry.
There we are.
Is this
That's better. Thank you. Much better.
Okay, I'm leaning in. All right, thank you. As I said, I'm the 47 parcels of property and the 70 individuals are all either directly adjacent to or within the 3,000-foot wide route width of the applicant's modified proposed route, or within the 1,000 to 1,120-foot wide route width for their proposed co-location maximization route. To be clear, the Little Rabbit Lake property owners supports the administrative law judge's well-reasoned and well-considered findings and decision, and we recommend that the commission adopt her conclusions and findings, and that the applicant's proposed route, and that they follow route alternatives E4/E5. This is consistent with the preferences of the Crow Wing County Board of Commissioners. Among others, it is also consistent with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, who objected to the co-location maximization route, but did not object to E4 or E5. I would like to make three main points during my time here this morning, and refer the Commission generally to our previously submitted written submissions on August 5th and 12th of 2024, and then most recently on January 17th of 2025. My 3 points I wish to make are, first, that the E4-E5 route does not require relocation of the Riverton substation, and it follows existing rights-of-way and crosses the Mississippi River at 2 existing crossing points for existing power lines. Second, that E4 and E5 do not require displacement of 3 residences, and that the co-location maximization route and modified proposed route would impact more landowners and residences. And finally, that the E4-E5 route minimizes the adverse impact on the environment, residences, and the general area. Turning to my first point, the applicants now claim that E4-E5 would require the movement or removal or something or other of the Riverton substation. This is inconsistent with their previously stated statements given to the Crow Wing County Board of Commissioners, where they described routes E4, E5 as, quote, really good, very good, and a great alternative, and that they said that they were all cost equivalent to their applicant's equivalent route. This was in their environmental assessment. Only after the hearings, the public hearings, did they suddenly claim that the route is infeasible because the Riverton substation would need to be moved. However, the Minnesota Department of Commerce, EERA, in its September 5th, 2024 filing, disagreed. They concluded, and I quote, "To EERA staff's understanding, the alignments for E4 and E5 could be adjusted near the substation to allow for safe and proper operation of the substation. Accordingly, EERA staff believes E4 and E5 are feasible routes for the project." That is consistent with what we have shown in our reply comments. If you would look at Exhibit C, we show how, with a minor modification of how the E4, E5 route goes near the Riverton substation, it can go through property owned by the applicants, not require removal of the or movement of the Riverton substation, and still cross the Mississippi River using the existing right-of-way crossing points. That is consistent with what the EERA concluded in its September 5th submission to the ALJ. Now, with regard to the second point of the displacement of properties, initially, the applicants claimed that 3 residences would have to be displaced with the E4, E5 routes. However, as they now concede, there are not 3 residences involved. It is at best 1 residence within 60 feet of a line, a garage, and then some other outbuilding. However, if you look at the maps that they submitted as attachment 2, you will see that they have inconsistently drawn their lines in order to maximize the impact. On 2 of them, they drew their center line all the way to the left-hand side, or right to one side, and then they inexplicably moved the line all the way to the other side in order to grab the other building that exists there. However, if you simply move the lines within the right-of-way, as we show in our exhibits E and F, you will see that suddenly none of the buildings or the residents are impacted by the route. Now, in contrast, the modified proposed route rips through existing pristine forest land and goes within 150 feet of existing buildings. In fact, there are two recently constructed within the last 18 months residences that the applicants have not even considered in their route. It would also go through and near several existing businesses, one a pizza place and the other a bed and breakfast. The applicant's co-location maximization route is just as bad, if not worse. It would go along and very close to all of the residences and buildings along Bluegill Road. And if you look at a Google Maps satellite view, you will see that there are already existing buildings within the right-of-way, which they would then widen to afford them the opportunity to put in their 345 kilovolt or high voltage power lines. And as we show in our reply, it would adversely impact not only existing buildings and all of the residences along Bluegill Road, but it would also adversely impact the plans of a number of homeowners who plan to build structures on their property that they would now be prohibited from doing. Now, I also again want to reiterate that the co-location maximization route would require two crossings of Little Rabbit Lake, an environmentally sensitive and impacted waterway protected by the Clean Water Act. The applicant's modified proposed route is even worse, and it would impact far more protected wetlands and waterways that are all subject to protection under the Federal Clean Water Act. E4 and E5 strike an appropriate balance. They maximize the use of existing right-of-way, and again, I would refer the Commission to Table 6.62 in the applicant's original environmental assessment, which shows that route alternatives E4 and E5 maximize the amount of existing right-of-way that they follow, the same as what is now the co-location maximization route. And E4 and E5 minimize the impact on properties and homes. They also minimize the impact on environmentally sensitive and protected areas. So our request is that the Commission adopt the ALJ's conclusions and findings that any route granted to the applicants should be modified to require them to follow the E4, E5 routes. And unless the Commission has any questions from me at this time, which I am happy to answer, that concludes my talk.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Now we will hear from Mr. Jerry Von Korff, who is representing Mr. Van Korff. If you could just introduce yourself for the record. You have about 5 minutes.
Gerald Van Korff. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Gerald Van Korff, Frankie Noonan, St. Cloud for Mr. Erickson and Mr. Lohr. We're speaking of the area involving the Erickson Lohr submission. We agree exactly with the description that Council made of this route, and my client wants to express the appreciation for this accommodation and the work of the staff in order to make this possible. Our one concern is that the description on Commissioner Tuma's written description of this route, I think it does exactly what Council said, but it approaches the Erickson property from the south and then jumps over and approaches it from the north. But we understand that it means exactly what Council said. The route will go south on Route H1 when it gets to the Erickson property, it will jog over with the accommodation that council described in order to make sure that the jog is feasible, and then run directly south along Mr. Erickson's line, and he's agreed that the line will not, the taking will not invade the neighbor to the east. So he's providing the location entirely, and then back through H4 and H7. And with that, again, we really appreciate the work that the staff of the applicant have done to work with Mr. Erickson, and that's our my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Van Korf. Is there a decision option? I think that it's one of the sixes.
I believe that it is 6D with the explanation that as you, am I right, Commissioner Toomer, 6D?
Yeah. That's it. Okay, great.
And yes.
I think I've got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Van Korf. All right. Now we will appreciate your testimony. Now I'd like to hear from Ms. Janet Behe and Mr. Joel Kirsting. They have come down in response to Commissioner Toomer's decision option that he filed on Tuesday. Ms. Behe, and if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, sorry.
You can sit down.
Yeah, feel free to sit down. And if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Okay. My name is Janet Behe. I live at 61099 Osprey Avenue, Swatara, Minnesota.
Thank you.
The original proposed power line route splits our property in half. I'm here representing myself and Bob Johnson. I live at that property.
Thank you for making the trip down.
Thank you for letting us speak.
Mm-hmm.
Up to today, we have attended the public meeting, the public hearing, spoken at these events, and submitted our comments in writing during this process. We're here today to address a revision recommendation made by Consumer Tuma at the 11th hour. This has left us almost no time to rebut his recommendations, and speaking to you this morning is our last opportunity. At the public meeting, we realized the applicant's proposed route right-of-way would include our home, and that meant we would be displaced. We were contacted by Great River Energy, one of the two that make up Northland Reliability Project, and they said that they would be willing to work to save our homes. It's our understanding that when an applicant proposes a new transmission line, they should consider ways to prevent negative impacts on communities and members of those communities. We are part of the community of Swatara. The applicants are trying to prevent negative impact by creating the Swatara route with expansion. This avoids the community of Swatara and prevents us being displaced. This is the applicant's solution that they developed, taking everything into consideration. Commissioner Tuma, our concern is the revision 6B7, Hill City to Little Pine Region, second paragraph there, where he states, do not adopt the Swatara route with expansion. Consumer Tuma goes on to say in his revision recommendation to require the permittee to talk with the affected landowner and provide mitigation or relocation. For us, it will be relocation, as we can't live directly under a high voltage double 345K transmission line. Relocation sounds like a nice word, but it means ripping us from our homes and our way of life. It took years of planning and searching for this piece of property, countless hours of preparation, hard work, money, and energy. We invested all of this to build our homes and set up our dog sled tour business. How can mitigation or help with relocation begin to compensate us for all that we would be losing, our homes and our way of life? No dollar amount can be attached to this. There are 3 possible route choices running through this area. Our first choice has always been alternate B. For our second choice, we ask you to disregard Commissioner Tuma's revision for number 6B7 and adopt the applicant's recommendation of the Swatera route with expansion. That is the only route, well, that is the route that saves our homes. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Joel Kirsting. I live at 60587 Osprey Avenue in Swatera. I spoke twice previously at public meetings and submitted written comments. I spoke in favor of alternate B. I still believe alternate B is the best route. The applicants in this commission seldom talk about cost, but I suspect that is what is behind many of these decisions. I want you to remember the cost of the transmission line should be absorbed by all the consumers spread out over the life of the line. No individual landowner should be expected to bear extreme hardship for the good of the consumers. I'm here today primarily to address Commissioner Tuma's revised decision, option 6, Hill City to Little Pine region, either number 7 or 8, whichever you say it is.
You know what it is.
I am one of those landowners that Commissioner Tuma is suggesting be relocated. I built my dream home about 240 feet east of the 92 line 11 years ago. I searched for years for the ideal property for myself and my sled dog tour business. For 11 years now, I have been improving and perfecting it. I feel like I found the perfect spot. If the line follows the proposed route, the line will be right out my door and cross over my dog yard. Commissioner Tuma recommends the permittee work with the landowners to provide mitigation while at the same time he is removing the proposed mitigation as an option. The Swatera route with expansion was a proposed mitigation. Not ideal by any means for me. The route with expansion as proposed by the applicant would severely devalue my property, but I feel I could at least still live in my house and maintain my sled dog kennel. I have an alternate alignment for the Swatera expanded route that would not affect my property value as drastically that I would much prefer. If alternate B is not chosen and the Swatera expanded route is not adopted, that means my neighbors and I will be relocated. In case you think that's not a big deal, I would like to tell you that for me, it's a huge deal. Before moving to Swatera, I lived in the same place for 35 years. I was hoping to live in Swatera the rest of my life. I like being at home, and I'm at home in Swatera. I have become part of the community. I have friends here. I have come to know the area. Buying me a new house is not what it's all about. It took me years to find this location, and I think it's doubtful I would ever find another location like that. My life is in Swatera, in this house, and this location. You can't buy my life. You don't need to. There are alternatives. Alternative B, in my opinion, is the best. The Swatera expanded route would be better than nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirsten, and thank you, Ms. B. I appreciate your,
Stay there. I want to ask a few questions. So that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
yep, that's okay. What we'll do now is we've heard from all the applicants and the parties, and what we'll do now is turn to commissioner questions. But what I would like to do, Commissioner Tuma, is stick with the original plan where we move deliberately through the first set of decision options, and then we get to the decision options where we're dealing with specific alterations to the route. So I recognize that I don't want to apply our Byzantine set of rules. You know, you've made a long trip, and I recognize this is very personal for you. So I want to give Commissioner Tuma the opportunity to ask the questions right now.
We can wait. Why don't we wait? I just didn't want them to feel they come up here and we hear them and I don't hear them. I hear you, and we'll have a conversation. I wanted to have this conversation. I'm glad you showed up because we need to figure this solution out. But let's do it in your order.
Yeah, and if it's okay.
We'll go back and relax for a while, and we'll bring you back up. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's move now to decision options 1 through 5. Are there commissioner questions for the applicants? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, for the applicants. About my alternative 4A and 4B. So what's the number in the 4A I put it in?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the dollar amount you presented in 4A of $969.9 million is the low end of this project's estimate and is the amount that MISO used in its scoping estimate.
Okay, so in other words, MISO Board of Directors approved that number for your project. MISO used that number to calculate their business case, right?
Ms. Verhalen.
Commissioners, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then if there is a cost deviation in this project, one number MISO is going to use as their baseline to initiate their process.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, that's a 20% variance of cost.
From which baseline?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, from the scoping estimate of the project.
Right? So applicant will be accountable to prove your case at the MISO with that number that I put it in. That's why I'm just trying to use that number, which is also in your application as a low end of the cost estimate.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, this is the MISO scoping estimate. However, this commission has traditionally not used that number as the amount that Minnesota Power would be limited to for cost recovery in a TCR filing. In those instances, the commission has set an amount which would be consistent with that contemplated in decision option 12, where once this commission identifies a route and conditions to impose on an applicant or a permittee, that the applicant permittee have a chance to revise that estimate to the stated dollar amount, so that is the amount that is the highest level at which Minnesota Power would be able to recover costs without additional rate proceedings. However, when that filing is made, this commission has the opportunity to evaluate the costs that were incurred for the project and evaluate whether those were incurred prudently and reasonably. If Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, if you have further questions about the MISO process, I am going to need to phone a friend and ask Mr. Winter.
No, I think you answer everything that I need to ask. However, isn't the TCL docket, isn't it rate recovery docket?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, it is a rate recovery docket. I do want to make one clarification. Attachment FF is a 25% variance, so that would be 25% above this $970 million.
I understand, but my question was, what is your baseline? So number I used is your baseline to calculate 25% deviation from. And then also this number is what you put it in your application as a low end, right? This is not a MISO's number per se. It is your number, applicant's number in application as a low end of the cost estimate when applicant file certificate of need to the commission.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, it is the number that was put in as the low estimate. However, as stated in the application where that number is presented, this number was included because it is MISO's scoping estimate.
So when you come in with your rate recovery dockets, I think my alternative is clearly stating that you can still recover more if you can prove it. Right?
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, traditionally, this commission has set the amount and I understand where you're coming from. Before any variance request is necessary, this amount would be 25% already above this $970 million. Additionally, this commission has traditionally set for all kinds of projects, not the cost recovery at what MISO scoped the project at, but what the applicants came forward with in the proceeding. This is true for MVPs and MEPs in previous dockets.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask just a follow-on to this. My understanding, and I could be wrong, but MISO did their analysis, which they based their, the certificate of need and the business case and everything on a number, a range between 969 million and 1.3 billion. So it can flex within that range. If it flexes within that range, it still meets the MISO business case. I mean, that's the way that I understand it to work. So actually, the company has a 20% variance above the $1.3 billion number, I think.
And that is not, Chair Sullivan, respectfully, that
I know that's not what this is, but I think what I see this is Commissioner Hom doing is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what I see is like, okay, well, let's plant a flag at this number, and then if you have to go above that, come back. I mean, I think we're a reasonable bunch, but I mean, I don't see. The one question I did have about this, and maybe you can answer this quickly, is that since we have an investor-owned utility here partnering with I don't like the term consumer-owned utility. I understand why you guys say that you are COUs. It's a co-op, but we have a co-op, and we don't rate regulate co-ops. So I don't know if that number, the 969 number, is actually that was a question for you, Commissioner Hom. They're going to be splitting that. I don't think it's in the record what the split is, but.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. That's the complication in this docket. We cannot predict what will be the Minnesota Power's cost recovery. However, that's why we need to set the target. I understand it's a low end, but I don't know when any commissioner will say, no, you cannot recover the cost because you deviate from the original plan, because we tell them to deviate from the original routes.
Yeah.
So I'm just setting the baseline target so everybody can understand. And this is the known number to everybody, including people in the Minnesota and people in the other states. Minnesota particularly is in the state right of first refusal state. We didn't go through the bidding process. We are being criticized of not having that process, and we usually tell other states, because our commission is putting the cost discipline to our utility, don't worry about cost overrun, gold plating, all other concerns. That was the best line of our defense to tell other states to don't bother us in terms of that law. That's why we are trying to show other state, in addition to we are trying to show our rate-paying ratepayers. Commission is watching on every penny companies trying to put it on to the ratepayers. That doesn't mean that we are not going to deny reasonable cost. I mean, if we ask to deviate from the line.
If we ordered it.
Yeah. So that is already built into that. Not only we are putting the baseline, if you order something, that will be there. That's why I'm still keeping 12, first portion of the alternative to make sure we are getting the number within the 60 days. They already have the proof. So to me, I don't know why applicants are so worried about this number, given that we are going to keep track of these numbers. This is just a starting point.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the concern is twofold, and I'll walk through it from Minnesota Power's perspective. With a number of approximately 970 million put in here as bear the burden of proof in any future regulatory proceeding related to this amount. This commission and the department have previously held an applicant for a project to the amount approved in the certificate of need. In this case, for A, that amount would be 970 million. That would be limited in the TCR. Instead, Minnesota Power would then have to continue carrying the difference. Even if this commission selected the co-location maximization route, which we already know is significantly more expensive than the scoping estimate route, wouldn't be able to recover that difference or even advocate for that difference until they came forward with a rate case after that TCR filing. That has traditionally been how this commission has treated these numbers. That is why the applicant, Minnesota Power, is so concerned about this, because there is no acknowledgement in 4A that says she'll bear the burden of proof for costs above this amount or the amount that it revises based on the conditions and route that the commission incurs.
I mean, and Commissioner Hom, and for those folks in the audience who, just so you know, we can't talk to each other before, so we have these open conversations that doesn't look like we know what we're talking about because we can't correspond before. So I'm literally talking to Commissioner Hom for the first time, and when Commissioner Tuma gets going, it'll be the first time I've talked to him about it too. So I just want you to know that that's what's going on here, and that those are the state law and rules that we can't talk beforehand. You need to be able to see our thinking process is the general idea. So Commissioner Hom, if we were to say, if your decision option were to be modified to whatever the number is, I mean, what I hear Ms. Verhalen saying is that, you know, if we do the co-located route, that number is going to be, could be quite a bit higher. If we modified your decision option to, I don't know if we're going to do the co-located route, but to whatever we decide, would you be comfortable with that? In effect, we could leave that blank until later?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. That was my concern, that the original 12 is giving the blank check.
I mean, we would fill in the number later. We would put the number in later.
I understand, but that's why we start with this baseline. Maybe we can add the language to give exception to their TCR writer that can use a different number than this number in case they can prove those numbers within 60 days in 12. So we can add that language to it, but somehow we need to put some number in here rather than we give the blank.
I need to talk to our fiscal staff too, because you say any future regulatory proceeding, so you seem to limit it to the rate case. So why makes you think that we wouldn't take it up in the rider?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, fair question. We were really relying on how this commission has treated, quote, caps in the past, which is that the cap is treated as the ceiling of the TCR. The company still has to prove that they were reasonable in reaching whatever that amount they're asking for in the TCR is, but that the TCR filing is the ceiling of what can be recovered in the TCR before they can recover anything above that in a rate case. I will say there have been projects that have been under the amount in the certificate of need. Great Northern Transmission Line is the largest one that comes to mind. But this number is incredibly limiting for many reasons that we've already outlined. And we would ask that at a minimum, this dollar amount be treated as what has been done historically by this commission, which is at least the high amount of the whatever route is selected that's in the record. So in this case, it would be the maximum of the co-location maximization route, which I can't find at this, I don't have right in front of me.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. That's why I can modify this one, saying that in the future TCL rider decision, we are not going to use this number, but update number. That we can do.
Right, that's
But
what
we
we
need
can.
to have some baseline. I think we need to put this number in the record to make sure that we are trying to make a company accountable, and not only the people in the Minnesota, but people in other MISO states need to see this.
Okay, yeah.
And that's the point I think I was trying to make, is that if we do allow an adjustment to the estimate, because that would be the line is not going to be done by the time you come in for your first request. Okay, it's just highly
Chair
unlikely.
Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, it depends on when that TCR request is made. There are a lot of factors as to when a project is put into the TCR.
There are a lot of factors, but I'm surprised this big of a line, you're going to come and sit on it for as long as possible. And you can adjust with an estimate at that time. And I think that's your point, is that we need to be working off of something. And then when we get to the final rate case, or when it's finally done, we'll take a second look at it, and you have to justify it. I see what you're saying. I think we just need to get some better language.
So what I'm hearing is that we're going to add into the process a parking lot for things we come back at the end and just kind of fix. And maybe Commissioner Hom, you could work with staff to craft something. Ms. Verhalen, we'll obviously have some more conversations about this, but what I heard you say is at a minimum, you would like to see the number, if this is a soft cap or whatever, is you would like to see that number set at what the route is that we end up picking.
Chair Sullivan, as this
Is
commission
that
has
right?
done before, the high level of what a route estimate is on the record. So in this case, it would be for the
1.3.
Well, for the co-location maximization route, for example, that range is 1.1 to 1.6 billion based on the record, without any of the additional modifications that we talked about today, for example.
Okay, I don't know if I would necessarily, this just might be me, I don't know if I would set the cap at the high end. I might set the cap at the midpoint, because the high end, I mean, another thing that we're not talking about here is co-ops have tremendous reason to, I mean, they have tremendous incentive to drive costs down. And I think that that's a part of, that's not that, I'm not saying that Minnesota Power is going to be willy-nilly here or anything, but there's a partner here who is not making a profit.
Chair Sullivan, the applicants together are motivated to keep these costs as low as possible because this is a MISO LRTP. Every one of these projects has financial components, and keeping these costs to what is absolutely required is a motivating factor for everyone. The reason Minnesota Power is advocating for the high number of the range for whichever route is selected is from the standpoint of how these numbers have traditionally been treated in the TCR. If Commissioner Hom is developing a kind of a flex point in that determination so that additional amounts can actually be considered in the TCR, then a mid-range seems like a reasonable place to start. I would need to make sure that everyone was okay with that, but at a minimum, 970 million is a really low number, knowing what we know on this record.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Yes, I think our utility were doing really well in terms of managing the cost. Last 20 years, I was watching every dockets, including MVP line in the Minnesota South, Huntleyville marked lines. Those two lines are MISO cost-sharing project and some baseline reliability project. Being said, there is a significant concern from a national level and the MISO states level that certain states like us not using the competitive bidding process may not control these costs. So we have to show other states and nation we are managing the cost. I understand. I am proud of our utility managing that, and I was telling people when I was working on it. But we have to put the numbers in writing. That's why I'm flexible to deviate from prior TCL rider proceeding. Yes, if commission orders certain routes, we have to rightfully consider that as your cost in the TCL rider. So we can find some language to make you guys a little bit more comfortable in that sense, but also I cannot find the future commission, so I have to talk with our council on that matter. But I think we have to put certain cost discipline explicitly in our order. Otherwise, we will be accused of not doing it. So that's why I'm trying to do.
Make a picture.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
And then for the 4B portion, you said you are not opposing it, but you had a concern where that certain MISO tariff and then the trade secret issue. That's why I didn't put the specific date on the second sentence. First sentence, you just notify us it's triggered. You are not required to file that documents right away. That's why I intentionally omit the date in the second sentence. So usually MISO announce this one after they found the resolution or they end up at a certain point. Otherwise, it's a non-public information. I understand. So that's why there was no date specified. You guys can file that after the proceeding is over. So we have the same documents when we are evaluating your cost overrun.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, attachment FF does state that there shall not be certain disclosures until it is confirmed MISO has confirmed its initial determination that a ground for variance exists. And so this should reflect that language specifically from 9F because that is a limiting factor for transmission owners from being able to disclose any information outside of the MISO process. And so the companies and the applicants want that language in here, that it would acknowledge that it also has to be consistent with MISO's tariff. Such disclosure has to be consistent with MISO's tariff for those reasons.
I mean, that's why I was intentionally using language, shall inform. I didn't ask to file certain things in the public documents. You can file trade secret documents with content protected. And also, I wasn't asking any specific file within certain time period. So you can abide with the MISO tariff and still comply with this language by filing it after MISO release that information to the public.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, as long as it is after MISO has released that information publicly. Right now, that's not entirely clear, and that would need to be added just for clarity's sake, please.
Do we want to make?
Yeah, if it'll make you more comfortable, I'll be more explicit.
All right. So here's what Commissioner Hom, are you done with your questions on yours? Commissioner Tuma, do you have any questions on items 1 through 5?
Nope. I support where Commissioner Hom's going, so I mean, obviously we might have to take a break to get language. I don't know if we're going to do that one fell swoop in the end. Or
What we're going to do is I will make a motion on 1 through 5, well, you guys can make a motion too, but I have a motion that I could do, but what I'd like to do is I would like Commissioner Hom to work with staff. I would like to take maybe a quick, we've been here for an hour and 15 minutes. We could probably just take 10 minutes for us to work out some quick language, and then people can use the restroom or whatever, and then we'll come back, and then if Commissioner Hom or Commissioner Toom, if you want to make the motion, I'm happy to make the motion too, but then we'll work it out, and then we will pass, we will do what we do with 1 through 5. And then after that, then we'll move on. Does that sound good? So we will be in recess we will be in recess till 11:25. Commission is in recess. All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, let's move to deliberations. Does somebody have a motion? Commissioner Hom, do you want to just work through what you developed with staff?
Yes, I think I'd like to propose to approve the 1 through 5, whatever option we choose for now, and then delay decision on the 4A and 4B after applicants see the language, and also we can think about it, and then we can approve that or disapprove that portion at the end of the proceeding, because there are a lot of people waiting for the routing decision.
Yep.
I think we should proceed to the routing portion of it as soon as possible.
So we'll put decision options 4A and 4B. We'll come back to those, put them in a parking lot figuratively.
And under that understanding, I can make a motion.
Okay. Commissioner Hom. Commissioner Hom.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move decision option 1, 2, 4.
Commissioner Hom moves decision options 1, 2, and 4. Is there any discussion on the motion? Well, Commissioner Hom, I support your motion. I do think that it's important that LRTP line 3 is it's a critical line that has been that MISO has worked to develop along with a number of stakeholders, and I especially think around the certificate of need. The case is very strong, and the record strongly supports the granting of the certificate of need, and I support your motion. With that, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes 3-0. Now we can move on to the route permit. The first issue on the first region that we will deal with will be the, actually the first issue we need to deal with is which of these, are we going to be working from decision option 6 or decision option 7? I will just say, as a point of personal privilege, since I'm currently the chair, that I am strongly in favor of the co-location maximization route. And my rationale for that is that the co-location route in the main, in general, not always necessarily with specifics, reduces the impact of building transmission. That, we're looking at stacking, reusing existing right-of-way when we can, or existing transmission when we can. I think it's important. I think it's especially important because transmission is these are huge projects, hundreds of miles long, and while critical, they are also disruptive. So co-location, from my perspective, is important, and I would prefer that we work from decision option 6. And if this is going to be our first argument of the day, we haven't really had one yet, have we? I'm going to turn to Commissioner Hom. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yes, I have a concern with that option. I understand that we need to minimize interruption and trying to minimize that interruption, but also I have to balance that with the potential additional cost. So I am still debating in that end, but yes, I can start with the core optimization route 6, but we have to be very mindful that this will be paid by Minnesota ratepayers plus all other MISO states ratepayers. So we have to be very cognizant about cost increase, and we have to.
And I think this is a really important point that you raised, Commissioner Hom. I agree. I agree, and it's this tension. And that's why I'm largely supportive of your decision option on cost containment from the get-go, the original one, that you're 4A, and that's why I think that's important. But I understand the point that you make, and I appreciate it. Where I come down on this is that I think it's important for the public when they see, they see transmission already, and I think that when not in this record, but when I talk to people get annoyed when they're like, well, why didn't you put that on the interstate? Why didn't you put that in the road? Why didn't you put that on existing transmission lines? And I think that they raise it's not always, it's an intuitive point, and it's not always correct. I mean, there's oftentimes very good reasons to, build a transmission line, 500 feet away from an existing transmission line. Redundancy, security, lots of reasons. But I think that from my perspective, the co-location route is, with regard to this docket, I think it's really important. So, but I understand your point. Commissioner Hom.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I initiated the 4A and 4B to make sure that we are not going to approve certain route without thinking about the cost. So I think you rightfully pointed out, yes, Minnesota Commission is really paying attention how much it will have an impact to everybody within the MISO footprint, including all Minnesota ratepayers. Because it's a Minnesota Power and GRE project doesn't mean that it's only being paid by Minnesota Power customers. Xcel Energy customer, Artel customer will pay for this, some portion of it. So that's why we have to be very cognizant about cost containment on this. Thank you.
As will, since it's an MVP project, as will people who live in Milwaukee and people who live in Indianapolis and Detroit through those utilities. So that is why it is incredibly important that there's cost containment built into it.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Commissioner Sullivan. I agree with you. I mean, we'll deal with pivoting off of the co-location modification route when we get to the Coal Lake and Riverton area and have a discussion about E4, E5 at that stage. But if just looking at the big picture of which two to pivot off of, overall, I agree with you. The as modified proposed route, though I appreciate the applicant's effort to try to find a least cost route through this very congested area, it is a very congested area, and when you look at what they've done, I particularly appreciated the effort on the northern crossing of the Mississippi River, where you reduce the number of stacks or lines going over the river, not the number of lines, but just the impact. Because that's why the Mississippi River is special, is because of its banks. I mean, that's why it's a national treasure, a state treasure, is because it's running through a very wooded area, a very beautiful area. It's not the Red River. I've been down by the Red River. I've been down by this river. I've looked at both the locations, and this is, when you spread it out, you start damaging the banks, and so that's why I appreciated the effort on the very north end of this co-location, and that's why we'll have a discussion about possibly carrying it through when we cross over by County State 8 Highway 11 in Crow Wing County, in the kind of southern crossing at the north end of the Coal Lake Riverton region. And so all that considered, this is good. And for people to know, when we think about our transportation system, people know this. I mean, this is literally this area that we're talking about, particularly around Riverton substation. This is the 694 35W 94 169 100 35W interchange. Okay, this is the interchange. It's a big one. They happen for various reasons. We don't, it's the history of it is, probably has something to do with the mining that was there originally, several decades ago. But over time, these roads of transmission that we need start collecting at certain spots, and that is a very difficult spot, and we'll have some more conversations about it, but certainly this is a major route where a lot of things are coming together, and we need to be careful in how we do it, and I think we have justification for working off the co-location maximization route as the primary route to work with. So I support that.
All right, so we're not working on, we are working on decision option 6, not on decision option 7. Thank you, and I appreciate the conversation that we just had. Now we will move to the actual regions. Now, for folks in the audience, we're going to start from the north and we're going to go south. So based on where you live, you can kind of estimate when we're going to start talking about the region that you are concerned about. So we're going to first start with the Iron Range substation region. Do we have commissioner questions?
Just real quick,
Commissioner Tuma.
My understanding, the route that you've gone through is your proposed route. You're not going to cross over the line, head across the creek, and back across. It's the proposed line that you put forward, and not that was recommended by the ALJ. So when we adopt the co-location maximization route, we're predicting your original proposal coming out of the substation.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. The co-location maximization route in the Iron Range substation region is as proposed by the applicants.
So that route, if people are looking at map X1, which is in our briefing papers, that route has the rather prominent 90-degree angle in that grayed in area. It's a red line, red or pink.
Chair Sullivan, yes.
Yep, that's the route, and then it hooks in there.
Mr. Chair, that's the route I support. I mean, when you look at the record, I think it is, it makes the most sense. From all the impacts there, I appreciate the ALJ trying to find solutions, but I think they found a solution that really wasn't the best solution in the area. And I think the record supports the applicant's route through this spot.
I think with this matter, EERA has spoken to why this route, the applicant's route, this is your, the reasoning, the ALJ, if Mr. Sullivan, if you could speak to why EERA supports the applicant's route and that 90-degree jog there, or 90-degree turn there.
Commissioner Sullivan, the rationale for our analysis focused specifically on the reliability issues. The environmental impacts were relatively similar, but with respect to the reliability, there are 2 crossings with A3 that are avoided with the applicant's route.
2 transmission crossings.
That's right.
Yep.
That's correct.
So where you have one set of transmission lines basically going over another.
Right. That's
Yep.
correct.
Mm.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's an important
And
consideration.
I thought there was less impact on the waterways in that area too. That was what kind of helped me out too.
There are less environmental impacts through A2 or through the applicant's route. Sorry.
All right, with that, unless there are other commissioner questions, Commissioner Hom? Okay, I'm ready I will make a motion on the Iron Range region. So this is, for those looking at the decision options, this is decision option 6A, and I will move the 6A Romanet 8. So that is, for those not knowing Roman numerals.
I think you got to move Roman at 2 also, if I remember right. It's rejecting the ALJ's recommendations.
We do have to, we do have to do that, and we are accepting EERA's analysis. So thank you, Commissioner Tuma. So I will move decision option 6A Romanet 2, and then I will also move decision option 6A Romanet 8. Are there commissioner comments on my motion? All right, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. We will now move to Hill City to Little Pine region. So that is 6B, Romanet I through Romanet 7. All right.
Come on up. I'll have a quick question for the applicant first.
All right, Commissioner Tuma.
before I have a conversation with the landowners, and I appreciate you being here. You replied to, and I couldn't find it in the record, maybe it was there hidden someplace, but just so long I'm clear, you indicated in the reply comments to the most recent filings that a double crossover costs how much?
Approximately, sorry, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, approximately $2.5 million.
$2.5 million for a double crossover. I'm saying 4, so I like the two.
Sullivan,
I like the
Commissioner
2.5
Tuma.
better, but that's one
I don't want to
crossover.
pay the difference for
One crossover,
4
$2 million, back across
$4 million.
$2 million. Got
Apologies.
it. Just
Yes,
so I'm clear.
one direction to 2 directions for.
And what you've told us in the estimates that I've seen in the ALJ findings was that this bump out of the 2 it costs $5.3 million, I believe, if I'm correct.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, you're referring, when you say the bump out, which are you referring
The
to?
route around the property.
At ALJ finding 105, seems to say that, for the record, expansion, mid-range would be, for the project, would be $5.3 million. Your co-location maximization, and this is the same for the modified, the additional poles for both of those facilities would be $5.3 million.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct.
Any changes to that?
Not at this time, Commissioner Tuma.
Okay. And you guys, thanks for coming. I know I'm the bad guy here, but I can assure you I'm not. If I could have stopped into your place, and by the way, if you saw a Dodge, or saw a Honda Ridgeline driving slowly through your town, poking out and looking at it, and I got a few skewed eyes from some of your neighbors, like, what the heck is that guy doing? I was there. I've seen it. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit like an attorney, okay? And you're my clients. And these are difficult conversations we have to have. And I've had these conversations. I'm not some big, fancy, smart, transpiration, kind of lawyer, or I'm just a small town practitioner who found his way here, okay, and ended up in this seat, okay? And I need to make tough decisions when they come to it, because as you heard, we got to balance $5.3 million, okay, that you and other ratepayers would have to pick up, okay, compared to whatever it would cost to move. Those are very blunt conversations to have, and they're tough. Because I know you did invest a lot in that property, okay? I seen it. You guys did a great job. It's cool. I've seen your websites. I've seen what you've done. You're doing some wonderful things, okay? And I wish the conversation we're going to have happened a year ago or 2 years ago, okay? That's a conversation they should have known about, because they knew the Hill City route was bogus, okay? It just doesn't work. I drove that too. I saw the airport. I saw all the things going on by Hill City, and I wish that could be the route. I would want to move it there in a heartbeat, but it costs a lot more for you and the other ratepayers in the community to try to take that route. So I wish I could do it, but it's not there. There might be some other routes, and you mentioned that you might have another suggestion. And so my first question to you, what was that suggestion that you have? And if you could get the map up and Chad, and zoom in onto it, because I want to hear your thoughts on what that would be. And that would be, as your attorney, I would sit down, and the first question I would have, and probably should have been the first question that should have been had a long time ago. But so zoom in on the Swatera area. And both of your properties, just so we're clear, Ms. Baugh, you have the northern property, I think that's affected, if I'm correct?
That's correct.
And then you have the southern property that's affected. So you see the pink line essentially would run over your property. The blue line, that's hard to see, but that blue line, though it's hard to see for us, it ain't hard to see for you all, okay? That's the existing power line, and it's your property. You put some things under there, so you have a lot of your dog kennels are up to or near that blue line, and so you put a lot of effort into those dog kennels. Very, very nice looking. Some spots in Swatera aren't so nice looking, because it is a fading town, and I don't say that negatively. My wife grew up in eastern South Dakota, and a lot of those towns where the rails no longer go to, go through a transition, and you're in one of those transitions, I see that, but you've invested a lot in this spot, and it's a special spot for you, and I get that. So help me out. Where would you have suggested, what are you suggesting be different?
Ms. B.
Well, Joel, the route, the expanded Swatera
Right.
width
And that's what we're looking at right now, yep.
is quite wide. And it's not ideal because at this point, the proposal would be that it would run right on our property line, our complete west and north 40-acre property lines. So
So-
we would see the structures and the line, 180-foot tall structures from anywhere on the property and out of all the windows.
So you're
But
not really happy with the alternative either,
Well,
given that.
we have room to work in this expanded route width to have the line moved more to the edge of the expanded route.
And that's
not-
going to add more cost, just so
Exactly.
you know. It's
For-
$5.3
yes.
million as it
Yes,
sits now.
everything adds more cost.
I could do two crossovers here. So in other words, the line would end up on the other side of the blue line, okay, for about $4 million. Okay, those are possibilities. And I understand that you've invested a lot, and I'm willing to give some options to these guys to try to figure this out, but I don't know what they are. They're not very, very good ones. I know Miss Agramonte knows I still suffer about Miss Anderson on Wanton River. Okay, those are tough calls, you know. And it's tough to work with the neighbors and put it in other neighbors. We could have probably put this line somewhere over to the east and dropped it down around Swatera. It wasn't proposed. We didn't examine it, so here we are. Okay, and it's a tough spot, and so I'm trying to figure out, you know, if we can make some space, and I would be willing to do what we were doing with some of the other locations. We're going to have an argument about that later when we get down to Morrison County and Crow Wing County, okay, about things that they're doing down there that make no sense to me whatsoever, but it'll make sense before we're done today, I'm sure. But I don't want to make a lot of promises that I can't keep, okay? And so if I were sitting down as your attorney, I would be open to the concept of making you right. And here's what happens in utility business. See all those poles for $5.3 million? They're happy to build them for you, okay? Whether they're ugly or not. You know why? Because they get paid. Every one of those poles they get paid for the capital investment they put into it, and about 7% interest, guaranteed. There's a reason for that. There's a good reason for that. I don't want to go into the whole regulatory compact. But one of the negatives to the regulatory compact is they'll tend to do something they call gold plating their facilities, okay? If every one of those power lines could be in gold, they'd build it in gold and charge you and your neighbors for it in gold, okay? And that's the struggle we get in, is that line of when is it appropriate, when is it not? And we're struggling with that. We're going to struggle with it not just on your property. We got others. We got the Brits Farm. We got the Britton property down the way. And we'll have a talk about. I don't know if we can make this happen in a cost-effective way, and they're going to have some risks to deal with it. And I'm happy to give them that headache and not have a liaison to help you out. But what I wanted you to have, and what my decision option would have given you, okay, is the right to legal counsel, right to appraisals, and complete cost to make you better, to move you to a better place where there's not a power line that you have to put your dogs under, okay, and that you would walk away feeling better than you were when you were there. That's my goal, is to gold plate how we treat the landowners. I got $5.3 million or $4 million within that to make that happen. Gold plate how we treat you. In other words, step out of eminent domain, okay, which you have rights to eminent domain. You have rights to legal counsel, but they'll offer you more money than your property is worth now, okay? And you'll be in front of a judge. I don't want that. I want you to be able to negotiate a fair price and force these folks to pay you a fair price to relocate. I don't know if I can do that with the routes that I have. So I can make an adjustment to say, yes, we'll give you that wider route width, but they still have to make some decisions, whether I'm going to give them cost recovery for $5 million when they could have bought you out for 1.9, okay? And puts you in a better spot on a state trail near a state woods where you can run your dogs away from that stuff. And I know how hard it is because I don't want to move. When I started as a young man, my dad was a carpenter, okay? We worked on houses. There was a certain thing happening down in Northfield and Lakeville at that time. They were building 35 and 35E, okay? And one of my best friends, John Oddie, okay, family moved houses, okay? That's what they did. And we moved houses for people where we picked their house up, moved it, okay? Cost about $1 million, or not 100, this cost $2 million. It cost about 100,000 something to build you a new basement and move your house to a better spot. We did that multiple times along 35E, okay? I worked in houses where we remodeled them after they moved them, okay? There are options that they have not discussed with you. That's what's bothering me. Now, I don't want them to feel bad. Your folks did a wonderful job, okay? 180 miles of line, and we got 8 pinch points that I count, okay? Not counting the problem we got to work out around Coal Lake. And so I want those conversations to be had, but I also know we're in a tough spot here. And so I'm willing to give a wider location, and I'm willing to say, come back to us after you've had discussions with these folks. But it's going to be tough. But I also want to put in there so that you're not treated at the level of where eminent domain is, because you have suffered more than anybody else along that 180 miles, okay? No question about it. Maybe Miss Britain is up there with you, but there's no question you're 1, 2, and 3, okay? And so when I see that, I want to gold plate the treatment of you, okay? And right now you're feeling nervous and scared, and I get it. You know, I put so much into that property. It's my home. It's my spot. I have one like that too. Building a nice little shed in my backyard so I can, do my woodworking now that my dad has passed away and I don't have his shop anymore. And so I get the heartache that this is. And we want to make it right by you. And so I know my decision option looks scary, okay? But I hope to put it in a context so that you are empowered in that conversation and they gold plate you, okay? Now, it may be we have to gold plate this facility and move it. There may not be a way for you guys to find a place. But I can give you that route with, but I'm also going to put them to the task to show that it is truly in the ratepayers' interest to do that. And if it's not, I'm going to make their shareholders pay for it. And you know what? That's not a good thing for them. That's not a good day when they have to go to the C-suite and say, oh no, the commission made us eat $5 million, okay? So I'm going to try to change the decision option to give you some route with here, but I don't know if that's what's going to happen. And I just want you to be aware of that. And I've had to make these tough decisions, and I can tell you, I have lost sleep over your property, okay? Not that that's a big deal, because it's nowhere near the lost sleep that you probably had over this. So I'm trying to find a route. I'm trying to find a way through this. And I'm willing to widen it. I'm even willing to widen it more, but I can't go to the east here, okay? I don't got room to go to the east, okay? Because I'm right through town. And so a lot of other people, I can go to the west, and there could be a double crossover, and we're talking $4 million. And so we need to figure out, but then you're stuck with the line where the line sits now, and a bigger line to the west. So I just want you to see what I'm seeing, and I'm willing to adjust my decision option to modify it, but I'm not willing to say to these guys, you get to charge, you get to gold plate your facility before they tried to gold plate you. And so that's where I'm trying to get to. So I just want you to know that when I put my decision together, it's not rejecting the pain that you're having. It's trying to make it a little better, so when you walk away from this saying, it sucked, I had a lot of sleepless nights, but I'm happy to be here where I am now, even in my own house that they moved for me, okay? If we can make it happen. And I want to make sure you don't lose a dime for it, because you are the most impacted people along this 180 miles. And so that's my goal. I'll have a decision option to do that. You don't have to support it. You can be against it. You can say, I'm happy with what they've done. And that might be where we end up. But that has to happen after very serious conversations, and we'll change some decision options down the road to make sure I'm watching that closely, because that's what I want to see. You understand? And I want you to have any questions for me that you have.
Ms. Behe, Mr. Kirsting,
Janet, I believe that I understand what you're saying. My fear is there's no guarantees.
Oh, there is none. And if I was your attorney, I would say there is no guarantees.
Mr. Kirsting?
I feel without the Swatera expanded route, there are no options. I don't know what you have in mind. You seem to think there's some other way, but where the applicants proposed running the line, moving the existing 92 line so there's not a crossover, that is, to me, the bare minimum that would allow me to stay in my house and stay where I'm at. My proposal is to move it to the far end, which of course is going to cost more. So the estimate is 5.3 million. How many consumers does this line serve? And that cost, 5.3 million, sounds like a lot to me. But if that is split by all the consumers, and I'm one of them that is going to pay for this, and then over the length of time that the line is going to serve, I'm not sure that 5.3 million is something that, might not be reasonable.
It definitely is. I understand I'm hearing what you're saying. I understand where you're at, and these conversations should have been happening a long time ago. They shouldn't be happening here in front of the commission. They should have happened a while ago. And again, I'm not scolding them because this is difficult.
Sounds like you are.
Well, there's a little bit under scolding, but it's difficult. And as an attorney, I get that, and I understand there is no guarantees. And I hear what you're saying. They have to make a judgment call, though, whether buying you out and treating you well in this structure that we're going to set up is where we should go, because you are definitely the most impacted, okay, is worth the $5.3 million. And it's going to be a tough call for them. It's a tough call for us. I want to set up the option for both, and it's going to be a difficult discussion. But I also want you to be fully represented, and I want you to be made whole. That's what our order hopefully will say. I don't know where my two, like we said, we can't talk about this. And I'm the one that comes up with crazy ideas because I am the old backwater attorney. I saw Mr. Sullivan laughing here because he's been in front of me a couple times. He knows what I'm talking about, okay? So we want to treat you right, and this is not, you shouldn't have to be here, but you're here, and we want to make it right for you. And so we'll try to set something up, and maybe my two friends disagree with me, and they'll give you this exact line route. But I guess I want you to have more time to think about what's going on, and I want these guys to have more conversations with you. So like I said, you're gold-plated and not this particular bend in the road where they get 7% on $5.3 million, okay, over the next 20 years, okay? And everybody from here to New Orleans will be paying for it. And I get it's only small little amounts, but that's the difficulty of where I sit. All these small little amounts add up over time. Okay, all these jogs, $22 million, okay, that they want to put on ratepayers, and the value of the property underneath them is 1/10 of that. Okay, so there's a lot of room that they have to gold plate you and not their project. And so that's what I want to be seeing happening, okay? So, Mr. Chair, at this stage, I'd like to park it lot this decision if we could, unless you decide otherwise, but that's...
Here's what I would like to do. I would like to resolve the issues within each of the blocks. I want to resolve everything having to do with Hill City to Little Pine. I want to resolve that before we move on to the next one. The parking lot was really more for the first issue.
So the only reason I would parking lot this, I want to add this.
If you need
property.
time right now to develop something, that's one thing, and we could, you can take some time with staff. I think it'd be good, though, I'll tell you where I'm at, and I would like to hear from Commissioner Hom, too, if
Before you
he'd
do
like.
that, let me give you a piece of information. This is, again, our inability to kind of have a conversation. I have decision options 9 and 9B, okay? And the purpose of decision options 9A and 9B is to provide some oversight and help to landowners in their situation.
Yes.
And to treat them better than the eminent domain statute treats other people. And I can do this, Ms. Ackerman, because you need a what? A certificate of what?
I think that's a rhetorical question, Ms. Agramani.
And so I have a lot of authority to do mitigation here. And mitigation could include for the most impacted landowners, because we're co-locating a route, okay, to make sure that they are treated with special consideration. Because of the co-location, we are going to have pinch points. And you've done a really good job to get us down to 8, okay? And I'm very proud of the work you've done. The H route, wonderful, okay? Absolutely wonderful, okay? Drove through it. I wish K would have worked. I drove through K 5 times, stood on my head trying to see if I could make it work, and it doesn't work. And so the work you did on H, whoever did that work, kudos to you. Wonderful job, okay? But my goal in 9A and 9B, and we don't have to adopt it exactly the way it is. I'm open to some changes, as the applicant suggested, is to make sure, though, that their attorney's fees, their appraisals, their moving costs, their relocation costs are all completely covered, and that is not what what an eminent domain proceeding would give them, okay?
But Commissioner Tuma, you said relocation fees and all that.
If they have to, they don't have to. They have to negotiate with these folks to try to figure out what makes sense. So it could mean moving the line, and then they have to come to us and prove that that was a sound and reasonable, prudent decision to make, okay? And so I'm open to the line being moved, but I also want to know that they are treating these particular landowners specially, okay? And that they have an opportunity to explore, okay, within $4 million in my book, but explore how we can make them better. We can gold plate their situation and not the line as it sits here now. And so when you look at this, I want you to look at it in the context of how I'm treating these special landowners who are specifically more impacted because of our co-location decision.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. And Commissioner Tuma, one thing I want folks to know, and I do think that you deeply care about this, and that's why you did this, and I understand that. I think, though, what I see here is
$5.3 million is what you see right there.
Yes, it's $5.3 million on a project that's probably going to cost $1.2 billion. So we're talking about 0.4%, 0.3%.
About 20% of the additional co-location cost are going to be the 8 pinch points that we're going to talk about.
Right, but here's what I see. I see the applicant right here trying to develop a workaround, recognizing that this is, I know you don't like this, I get it. But I see the applicant saying, okay, we could.
Has the applicant ever talked to you about relocation? Has the applicant ever talked to you about making you whole and helping your farming, not your farming, but your dog operation be at a better spot away from their power lines? Have they had that conversation with you?
I've not been open to that conversation.
Fine, but they haven't had that conversation with you.
They proposed the expanded route, and when I initially saw that, I felt somewhat relieved.
Okay, so like that I think is important.
That is important.
That's important. And I think from my perspective, we are dealing with we're looking at the least worst option here. So like none of these options are going to make you feel great. You're going to have to look at it. And look, I have a 345 kV line that's half a mile from my house. I don't like the way it looks. And it's not in my backyard. So I get it. But like, we're not looking at, these are least costs, or these are least worst options. And I look at the both utilities, and I think the utilities are like, we're going to work around this. I think they're being responsible here.
I'm not saying they're not, Mr. Sullivan.
I mean,
they are. They are being responsible.
I think they're being responsible. I don't think so that's why I blanch at your discussion about gold plating a little bit. I don't think they're trying to gold plate this.
Again, I put myself in the position that I did. I am being a little hyperbole. There's no doubt about that. But I don't want to lose the argument about what should be done with these landowners under my suggested 9, okay?
Mm-hmm.
By making a decision here. And that's where you've broken it up for me, okay? And I'm happy giving them the expanded route, but I also want to give them some of the privileges that I have in 9, and I don't want to give that up by making a decision here. I have no problem with this expanded route width, but I also don't want to give up.
But Commissioner Tuma, like they've acted reasonably here. They're making a change. I kind of look at it like I've reviewed the decision options that you've provided, and
Again, I don't say they're not acting reasonably, Mr. Chairman. I want you to hear clearly what I say, and I apologize for not making it clear, okay? I am not saying they're acting unreasonably. They may not be prudent in their cost estimates here, how they could handle that. That's a later conversation I want to have, okay? But I also want to make sure that you understand what I am trying to do with 9 is looking at my CN obligations, okay, where I need to mitigate the human impact. And I realize we've chosen co-location, and co-location is going to cause 8 of these, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when we do co-location and they cause 8 of these, there should be special conversations with those landowners in those pinch point locations. That hasn't happened, okay? That should have happened. That's not, it's a little scolding, okay? But this is a special situation. We are co-locating, and it creates pinch points like this. And I want those particular individuals, because of the exceptional impacts on them, to know that they are going to have ability to relocate if that's their choice. If it's not their choice, okay, and they feel it's prudent to work around it, I'm open to seeing that, but they have to show us that by reporting it to us and keeping us communicated. I would like a liaison to be out there also sitting over their shoulder, but I'm willing
So
to
Commissioner
think otherwise.
Tuma, if you just look at this, the map here, I think the 2 yellow dots are your homes that are on the original line. Very clear what's going on there. Now, if you look at the bump out, they're now further away from the line than other people are on the regular line.
That doesn't,
Right, but what you're saying is, are we gonna, I think I don't know where your 9 ends, you know?
where the 9 ends is that they have to make a call.
But
They
other
have to
folks are
make a
gonna
call.
say,
These guys
like-
over here have to make a call after those difficult conversations with, does it make sense? Can we make you whole by moving you to 2 miles away, still on the trail? And if I gotta know, and I don't know yet, okay? And so that's a conversation we don't need to have now, okay? They need to have that, okay? And these people need to be treated specially, and they need to be known they're being treated specially, and they get special privileges because of the significant impact that is potentially burdening.
I mean, I guess I look at it, and I'm not trying to be insensitive. Please, I don't want that. The recognition is the bump out. That's the recognition. I mean, like, they're spending extra money, and I'm, to be honest, I'm fine with that. I am comfortable with that, and I think that's appropriate. And I want to be clear about
And now
that.
you're making the decision for them, okay? And I want them to make the decision for themselves after fully disclosed conversations with the applicant about their ability to relocate. Those conversations haven't happened, and you've confirmed it. It hasn't happened. And I didn't expect that it would ever happen, okay? Because they don't. They would rather build $5.3 million of rate base.
Ms. Verhalen,
Chair Sullivan.
I don't think they would rather build 5 point. That's not.
Chair
Ms.
Sullivan.
Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, I'm sorry. Chair Sullivan, a couple things. First of all, this project is still in routing. The applicants have not had these detailed discussions with every landowner along the route. Those are the things that happen once the applicants know what these routes are. There are places where there have been conversations, perhaps because a landowner said, I want to give you an easement now so I know what the deal is. I want to be done with this. But there, as you said, 180 miles of this project where the applicants don't know where the project's going to go yet. We come to you to give us the guidance on where the route is.
We know that, Ms. Van Helen. All I'm saying is, you know is what I'm saying. You have 8 pieces of property, okay? I want you to have a special conversation with to try to take care of these people. And I know your people can do this because they've done it. I've seen the record, I've read the letters, and there's been a lot of good comments. I'm very happy with it, okay, with the way that your people are handling it. That's not the case. But I see what's going on here, okay, and I'm very worried that we're going to cause issues with these landowners. They're not going to feel happy after they get done with that push out. They would rather said, I wish I could have moved, okay, or I wish I could have moved my house, okay? And those conversations, I want those conversations to be had with these special affected people. That's it.
Commissioner Tuma, I mean, your definition of special is different from other people's definitions of special. Specialness is in the eye of the beholder. So, like, I look at this, and if I were, well, what's this dot right here is closer to the transmission line now after if we do a bump out. They're going to say, why don't I get a special deal?
Again, Commissioner Sullivan, there's only 8 of these places where they've bumped out at significant cost, $22 million worth of bump outs, okay? Those are what creates it special, and we need to have those conversations, why they're bumping out, and would you rather move, okay? Because they obviously bumped out for a reason, okay? We may not get to a conclusion with those, but we don't need to have that conversation here. They need to have that conversation. We know where these are. They've given them to us.
So, a couple things, and here's what I'm just going to come back up at a high level here, is I think that the applicants in this instance have done the right thing. They have created a bump out. I don't think they've done that for building rate base. They've got a lot of easier ways to build $5.9 million in rate base or $10 million. There's a lot easier ways to do that. I think that what they're doing right here is they're creating a reasonable accommodation within the line. Much like if somebody builds a wind or a solar facility or a natural gas plant or anything, we say, go spend the money to build, to put up some ash trees. Maybe not ash trees anymore. Those crappy basswood trees. Sorry to anybody, I don't like them. But I have one and it craps all over my car all the time. So anyways, I am but the point is that I think the utility in creating this alternative is trying to do the right thing. And our economy is, we need more transmission lines. That, you and I and Commissioner Hom are steeped in the work around this stuff. There's going to be more transmission lines. And I think the public needs to know that the utilities are making reasonable accommodations because the economy is demanding more transmission lines.
We agree with that. So we're 100%.
I'm not sweating, a reasonable accommodation too much.
I'm not sweating it either. I want conversations to be had because we're just in the process of setting that route, okay? And there are 8 pinch points along this route that are absolutely bothersome, okay? And these landowners in those 8 pinch points are suffering more than everybody else, and they've given it to us. And so what I'm saying with my 9, and that's where I don't want to lose that perspective. I agree with you. This may be very fine, and I would live with $5 million had I known the conversations were had with these landowners about all of their rights with regards to relocation and taking good care of them, okay? But they haven't happened, as I suspect, and I know why they haven't happened. It's perfectly reasonable because we haven't given you the route yet, okay? But now that we're going to give you a route, I want those conversations to be had, and I don't want these people to feel like they're forced into this particular solution when they might say to me, you know what? I know this piece of property over here on the far west end is available, and I could buy it, and I could move my house there and live in the exact same house, and they'll help me relocate all my dogs and all my kennels, and I'll be nowhere near a power line, and I can still access the state trail, okay? If that's the case, I want that to happen, okay? But I don't know that, okay? Because I can't have that conversation with them. But I want to know that conversation is had because I don't want to have what's happening in Iowa and South Dakota over people blowing up over trying to put in some of this important infrastructure. And so I want to gold plate how we treat them. And I know I'm being hyperbolic when I say that, but I'm very passionate about making sure
I understand.
Those conversations happen.
I understand, and I appreciate that you come from a place of deeply held goodwill. So I appreciate that. Ms. Verhalen, I told you I'd get to you probably 5 minutes ago.
I cut her off.
Ms. Verhalen? Yeah, you don't go through the chair always. I notice I can.
You sympathize with
Katie.
Now.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, with absolutely all due respect, the applicants have.
Here it comes.
Feels like your mom's scolding you, right?
Actually, I think Talladega Nights, there's a scene where it says that, but yes. So anyways, a little levity.
Applicants have many discussions with landowners on many different levels, including options for those properties that qualify for buy the farm. That is a statutory option that is there. And as part of this commission's standard operations, you require the applicants to mail with every route permit application once it's issued, the EERA right-of-way fact sheet that outlines landowner rights, things they should be thinking about, things they should be talking about, all of those items as they are approached by land agents. If commission,
you've done a great job so far.
If the concern, and to Chair Sullivan's point, picking certain landowners who get attorney's fees, relocation costs, and an economic-only evaluation, is it cheaper to buy you out or is it cheaper to move the line? That creates disparities between landowners.
Always is disparities between landowners. You know that. What you have given to us is 8 specific locations that where you're bumping out at significant cost, plus boxing in Miss Britton, okay? All I want you to do in those situations is take extra time, extra caution, and we recognize those 8 pieces of property, okay, are more impacted. There's about 12 landowners, but those specific properties, and yes, I'm not trying to pick winners and losers. It's just so obvious from your map in this co-location type situation that happens. If we weren't co-locating, we were building a green line, we would never have this problem because we can move it 100, 200 feet to the right or to the left for less than $100,000. Okay, but then we clutter up everybody's life up there. And so when we do these co-locations, these pinch points are going to occur. And yeah, I think we should treat these pinch points a little bit better. Why wouldn't we do that? Yes, we make those distinctions all the time.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, it's not, it is about developing a route and asking this commission for that route.
Right.
This commission this commission has already set forth, as we revisit Commissioner Ham's decision option later, that there will need to be revisiting of these costs and what costs are incurred versus other decisions that are made. This commission on the back, we've heard you. We've heard what you've said. This commission will have the opportunity as we've proposed 9B, without 9A being necessary, 9B, that we will have to come back to you and justify those changes. We've said that in 9B.
And I'm open to that, okay? But I also want to make sure with these, we recognize, because of the co-location aspects of this, and the certificate of need you got, which says you're going to mitigate impacts to humans, okay? That you treat these humans, because they're the most impacted, no different than on line 3 when we did this stuff, okay? We've had lots of liaisons doing lots of things, and we recognize at certain spots, there's higher issues of impact going on, okay? And so all I'm asking is that you treat these slightly different. And if somebody else down the line isn't happy with it, they can come and talk to us. But we're going to treat them the way that our law does, which has lots of protections. You're absolutely right. Okay, and your folks have done a wonderful job. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that. They've done a wonderful job. I'm asking for just a step up a little bit more with these $22 million of side steps that you're doing that aren't clear to me why. You've obviously made a decision. You maybe had conversations. I just want to make sure that they were had and that they're reasonable and prudent and that the people know I may be able to be relocated. That's not your natural reaction. I know that. I drag these guys up here and they know that. That's not what they're supposed to do right away. They're supposed to try to figure bump arounds. I know that. Okay? I'm trying to just make sure a full conversation is had with these folks. They're in a tough spot, and I don't want them to walk away feeling like it was they only had one choice.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, the applicants here have heard you. They have heard that this is your concern. They've heard your thoughts and ideas on how this can happen and the different directions these conversations can take. The people who hire the right-of-way agents are sitting behind me. The people who oversee those people who hire the right-of-way agents are sitting behind me. And they've heard what you've said. The piece of all of this is these conversations need to happen and need to move forward. I already know of one location and can't identify it immediately off the top of my head. Perhaps Ms. Agramonte can. There is a location where the applicants proposed a bump out. The landowner reached out, conversations were had, and the landowner said, I don't need the bump out. So there are areas already where we know that those aren't going to necessarily be necessary. And that is just to demonstrate that those conversations actually do
I know they are happening. I know they are happening.
And happen without this landowner
resolution. You're all missing the point, and let me emphasize it one last time, okay? Listen to me. The point is, okay, you are to have these conversations with these affected landowners, and they should be able to know we're going to reimburse their attorney's fees. We're going to reimburse any appraisals that they have that are reasonable, okay? We're going to reimburse relocation if it makes sense and it's reasonable. Those are things that are up and above what you can do under eminent or would do under eminent domain. Okay, I'm trying to make that point that that's what I want to accomplish with 6, with our way we're doing 6, and also with 9B. Okay, so yes, and it's more, Ms. Agramonte. I get it. It's more than what you're obligated to do because of your obligation to mitigate impacts to those that are impacted for their human impacts.
May I speak?
Yeah.
Yes, you can, Ms. Agramonte. Sorry, I was looking for something else. I wasn't trying to ignore you.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, because this is a 345 line and because there are so many broad categories of eligible by the farm properties, this is always an option of a landowner with eligibility for by the farm. The applicants are liable for relocation, attorney's fees reimbursement, appraisal reimbursement. So I actually would appreciate,
Only up to a certain point. Okay, you know that. Okay.
I'm going to defer to my colleague if we need to get into those details, but I do question and have concerns about this commission diving too deeply into the control of land rights acquisition. This is a line that you guys have held pretty well over the years. And as I mentioned, Commissioner Tuma, you and I have gone back around about where that line is. And I hear you wanting to know that we've done our homework for these landowners, and we can certainly do a compliance filing saying we had those conversations so that you can be assured that with these landowners on the 22 million 8 crossovers that we had very detailed conversations. That's not a concern.
Would that be sufficient?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So when we get to the point of making decisions on 9B, I may have some adjustments to what they've presented, okay? But I am comfortable with the expanded route width, okay, that is here at Swatera, okay? But not necessarily, you'll bear the burden then whether it's appropriate, and you have to document that you've had the conversations with these folks. And so I'm comfortable with moving forward and giving the expanded route width.
Okay, so let me just, okay. I was just getting ready to make a motion, which I was half anticipating that you were going to vote against. But I would make my motion, and then you would like to see a compliance filing in 8 when we get to 8.
We'll deal with 8, yes.
Is that fair? And that, basically, the upshot of that motion, or of that compliance filing, will be for the applicant to catalog the conversations, the outreach, the discussions that they've had.
We'll have the detailed conversation about that. I'm comfortable with that going forward, so.
Does that, does that make sense? Like, I think what Commissioner Tuma, and I don't mean to speak for you, and you will absolutely,
You know I'll interrupt.
you've seen him and us in action enough, you know that is what Commissioner Tuma, I think, is setting up is that he wants the applicants to have conversations and negotiations, potentially, I think that's what you said, negotiations, with you around this particular bump out area. And he wants to know, and that would be reported back to us, like what the upshot of those conversations were. So if you feel the conversations were terrible, then that would get reported back to us. If you feel the conversations were productive, that would also get reported back to us. But the utility should know that we are going to get a report back, and there will be additional things in the future where we could act on it.
And when we get there, one of the changes I was going to make is that they are told how to report back to us, and they're sent the report that is sent to us. And so you'll see what they're saying, your conversations were, and if you disagree with it, we want to hear it. So, and yes, is it interfering with the eminent domain situation? Yes, I get it. This probably is a procedural change, but I think it's founded in the fact that...
I don't know if I think it is, but...
It's founded in the fact that we are doing co-locations, and we're going to do more of them in the future, and they're going to create more of these situations, and this is a certificate of need. They need to show to us they're reducing human impacts. And so I think we're standing on strong legal ground to do something along the lines of what we're talking about.
The applicant, are you picking up what Commissioner Tuma and I are throwing down a little bit?
Chair Sullivan, yes, and that's very consistent with the changes that we filed yesterday with removing that specific language from each of Commissioner Tuma's decision options and adding that report back requirement to 9B.
Okay.
And we'll talk about
And then where would you envision that would, like, I'm not presupposing that the conversations go terribly, but let's just say you don't work out how, that would come back to us, and what would be the moment where we could do something about it.
So when you see the changes, it'll say.
So this isn't all for naught. I don't want them to go back home and be like, what the hell did we just hear? You know, I want them to actually feel like they were heard and there was agency.
Just so you know, the changes that I'll suggest is that at plan and profile, which is what you suggested, and then after you complete any negotiations with folks, and when you do cost recovery in front of us, and so the report would have to be updated at each of those milestones so that we see what's going on, right and through when we give them the money that they're going to want for that $5.3 million of move out. Okay, and so it'll be updated, and then the other thing that changes, you will get that report, and it will tell you how to send a response back to us.
Ms. Verhalen, does that,
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that seems acceptable. To your point about what happens if conversations don't go well, gosh, I hope we're not in that position, but in any situation where there is a true unreachable conclusion, it is the last resort for the utilities, but there is the eminent domain process, and that is the update you will see in this. Is here are the conversations that were had.
when you say eminent domain, I just want to make sure this is clear too. It would be eminent domain on your applicant route. It would not be the eminent domain on the route that Commissioner Tuma's decision option would allow, which would knock out a house.
Well, it could. It just depends on what they agree with and they don't agree with. They have to figure out what they're going to do in those situations. So eminent domain is there for them to use, and it does have certain rights for the landowners.
Because what I think the decision option I'm going to move is going to be the applicant's route. Am I allowed to do that now? I think I can say that now. As a chair's kind of, but if I were to act on that, if we were to all act on that, that means the route is not the route that goes through their house. So eminent domain wouldn't be an option in that instance for the route that goes through their house, right? That means.
That's not correct, because we are giving them a route width, and you look at if you put it back up, we're giving them a route width.
1,000.
It could mean they could take that property, and under certain circumstances, they probably are not going to, because they're suggesting a new alignment to
Ms.
us.
Verhalen?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, the conversations with any landowner will always start where this commission has chosen to place the anticipated alignment. Choosing to identify an anticipated alignment is something this commission started to do about it a little more than a decade ago. Before that, it was just a route width. About a decade ago, they started adding an anticipated alignment. Therefore, the applicants take the position that starting conversations with landowners is based on the anticipated alignment that this commission grants. And that is where those conversations start.
Okay, so I want to be clear that Ms. B and Mr. Kirsten are not going to go home tonight. I want them to feel like the route, because I want to select the bump out route. And that means that you don't have to worry about a transmission line being on your house.
But I also want them to be able to
But that's,
choose
I just
not
want,
to do the bump out route.
well, if you chose, that would be your choice.
That's what
And
I
that would,
want.
your conversations, you could have that conversation, and that would be, but that would be your choice. And I want them to feel that way, and that's your feeling, right? Like, if we were to do my decision option, which, since I'm talking about it, will be 6B6, Romanet 6, to adopt the applicant's route, which ALJ and staff both support, and supposedly you do too, since it's your route, that would, they would go home and they can sleep easy, right?
Chair Sullivan, that is where the conversations will start with these landowners.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move that.
And Mr. Chair, I would like to point out, though, that I'm not convinced on AA1, okay? I don't think we adopted AA1, or the ALJ adopted AA1, which is a crossover. It seems like in your record that you put, this is not dealing with you, so if you guys want to go away, this is a whole different fight, okay? You could put up the map for the second map that's just down from Swatera. This is the one that's baffled
This is the
me.
little jog down there at the bottom, right?
Baffled me to no end, and so I want to have this conversation about the property just north of Bullhead Lake. Lake is being generous, it's a bog, okay? And it looks like you're not suggesting AA1. You're suggesting, my understanding, a $7.1 million bump out of 3 lines to try to protect somebody's building lot.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, route alignment alternative AA1, the way it was proposed did not include any transmission line right-of-way paralleling. And given the direction this commission gave the applicants to maximize that opportunity, if AA1 is selected, it would require 2 heavy angle structures that would go at 90-degree angled turns. Therefore, the applicants developed a modification that wouldn't require those crossings and would instead shift the line for, as you said, $7.1 million, but would keep a co-location of these lines in that new location then. This is an opportunity with the construction happening to make that modification.
And so, just so I'm tracking, so you see right here, okay, we don't really have to adopt, so that it said adopt AA1. That's what was in our staff's decision options. We don't want to adopt AA1, right? You want to adopt what is the co-location route maximization, and also it's in the other 7. But by just saying that in the preamble, you're adopting this bump out, okay, that we have. We don't have to say AA1.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, staff's recommendation does not include B1. As I read it, staff's recommendation includes 6B6, which is what Chair Sullivan just moved, which includes this modified version of what had been proposed as AA1, but is now an opportunity to co-locate the lines instead of creating additional crossovers.
And for $7 million without any residents impacted, okay? And so this is one where I'm not inclined to do it, okay? And I'll be blunt about it. $7.1 million, okay? And you're not giving him much relief here. And I think better is a conversation what mitigations we can do and have with Mr. Hendricks, okay, as opposed to $7.1 million, okay? This one baffles me, and there's another one that baffles me a lot too. We'll get to that one later. But this baffles me, okay? Why are you doing $7.1 million? There's not a residence there, okay? Property's not even worth $200,000.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma,
You can find them a lot of bogs with the southern view down in that area for $7.1 million.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, this, as alternative alignment, AA1 was proposed. It created reliability challenges with those crossovers.
Right, and I don't want to do AA1. I don't want to do any of this. Put the line through there and take care of them through the normal process.
The applicants, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, the applicants proposed the modification to AA1 in an attempt to be responsive to the landowner while also maintaining the safety and reliability of this area. So it was a threefold approach to, 1, avoid the crossovers, 2, be responsive to the landowner's request, and 3, allow for co-location, because what the landowner had requested wouldn't have had any co-location. Instead, it would have created a new
I get
right
that.
of way.
He made a
And so
request. I'm
wanted
just
to-
not buying $7.1 million where there's no residents there now. Okay? That's the part that I know we go around on this, but there is no residents there. There's no impact. He can, for the amount of money that you could pay him to go find another bog to build a house, and he's got more property to the west. It doesn't make any sense to me. Build him a longer driveway. Okay? You can build a pretty long driveway for $7.7 million. This is the one that really, really baffles me. And here's where I'll be a little bit of a hard nut, okay? I don't see this one, Commissioner Sullivan. And I get their situation, totally understand it. But I don't get this one.
I mean, do you want to vote against it? Is that?
Well, I would actually.
Well, here's where I think about this, and We are now, I guess, in deliberations because I put a motion up. But Commissioner Hum, did you have anything you wanted to say? I'm gonna start arguing with him, so we can.
I would move to amend it to adopt my proposed BI, where it says we're not allowing we're keeping the line as it is now. Now, if they want to go and have.
Which one is your BI? Let me see now.
So it is applicant, if you look to applicants revised.
Applicants revised, okay.
6, or you look to my decision options. Either one has it.
Applicants revised.
6, and you look at BI. For the property identified in the AA, require the applicant to continue the proposed route on the south and east side of line 92 without the proposed realignment.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, it's page 1 of attachment 2 to the applicant's comments from yesterday.
Okay.
It's the first paragraph under the Hill City to Little Pine region. I think you just had it in your hand, Chair Sullivan.
Yeah, there it is. Is that it? Okay. Yeah.
So not.
No, that's not it.
Yeah,
Page 1.
It actually is. It's just in a different spot.
Okay.
That one right there.
Okay.
So keep the map up there. That's more instructive than the decision option.
Okay.
So we're adopting your suggestions for the Swatera one, okay? But I think the actual midline of the route, which as the applicant has indicated is something we do designate, I'm saying we designate it where the original line was set. We're not moving 3 lines for this piece of property.
And I'm misremembering, but did the ALJ have a finding on this?
She adopted the co-location route, so she would have adopted this.
She would have adopted to do the modification.
Right, and I will point out, the property where you see the houses and the buildings there, that's not the one that asked for the move. It's right where you see that little I there.
Yeah.
That I is the property landowner who is made the request to move it over. There's no buildings there. You could have left it there, but that's where it is. So if you see Bullhead Lake, you just go straight ahead above Bullhead. It's that property there.
Yeah.
There's no residence there.
And does the applicant, there's no issue with the construction it's just based on the.
Chair Sullivan, if the applicant's originally proposed alignment through this area is adopted, that was what was proposed, and that's where the applicant will start conversations with the landowner. The only reason modified alignment alternative AA1 was proposed was because of the landowner request to actually create an alignment that is workable in this area. And so that is why modified AA1 was incorporated into the co-location maximization route, because again, it's an opportunity to co-locate.
And I say start from your original line and then have conversations, because it's a lot of money and there's no indication what's going on here. I don't know if a longer driveway could be done, what can be done here to make him happy, but moving it for $7.7 million and there's no residence there, and the property is, a couple $100,000. Okay, so that.
Okay, I hear you. I think you've made your case. I got it. I understand. So Commissioner Tuma, would you want to amend to my motion your
My one BI, I guess.
BI?
May I request a clarification, though? It's the version circulated with
Yes,
applicants.
yes. Applicants, I'm working off of the applicant's revised decision option, and that's what you have in front of you, too.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Mr. Graham, is that clear?
In this moment, I don't think that it is, but I think it will be in time.
Okay, when you can re-roll the tape? Okay. So just to be clear, I am moving my decision option 6B Romanet 6, which is to adopt the applicant's route, and then I'm going to accept Commissioner Tuma's revision from
Applicants revised decision option 6,
applicants,
BI.
applicants revised decision option 6, BI. Right? B as in boy, Romanet 1. Okay, Mr. Graham? All right. I'm getting thumbs up. Commissioner, and we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. Thank you for coming down. It is now 12:45. We're not exactly cooking with gas here, so I am.
My fault. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
It is your fault, and I accept your apology. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 30-minute break so people can get a bite to eat or do whatever they need to do. And then we'll come back and then we will take up Coal Lake to Riverton. I imagine this will be another long section. And then.
Those are the easy ones.
Yes, those were the easy. And then we are going to be shooting way past our 12:30 time. We already have. So sorry to the folks who are here for docket items 2 and 3. But with that, we will be back at 1:20. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We will now start with the Coal Lake to Riverton region. That's that's decision option 6C. So that's Coal Lake to Riverton. If people are looking at the maps, that's map X3 from the briefing papers. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, sorry about that. We were just talking about giving her a hard time about how we're going to delay this for a week so she get to it. But we thought better of it. Mr. Sullivan, I want to walk through E4, E5 a little bit as we work through this area. I also want to talk a little bit about north of this, what I call the Coal Lake to Riverton bottleneck later when we talk about the river. But just here, I read what non-lawyer Mr. Anderson had to say in a very lawyerly way. Made, I think, some good points.
I think he is a lawyer. I think he's just not representing.
Representing,
right?
yeah. So I get it. I'm an old trial lawyer, by the way, Mr. Anderson, if you don't know that. And
Okay.
I am a lawyer, sir.
That's right. And I was intrigued by your statement, and I agree in your reply to the recent information request that we should try to balance these two, absent of cost, absence of engineering. And so I took that and I struggled with it to get there. And so I want to make sure I'm tracking, Mr. Sullivan, because you've, I'm sure, thought about this quite a bit. And so we have the top of this route, top of this bottleneck is up there. And to make E4, E5 so I can kind of do an apples to apples comparison of the impacts with now the co-location maximization route. We're done with the modified one. We've already made that decision. So I'm really down to this kind of co-location versus E4, E5 in this route. And it seems like as I'm looking at the map to make this work, one could, to give the landowners a benefit of the doubt, we would have to jump the new 345 over to the west side of the corridor. And I suppose theoretically we could co-locate the 115 and 230 on the east side where they wanted to originally in the co-location plan put the 345. So we just kind of basically swap them around. Now that's an engineering task. They got to jump over some lines.
Say that again. Can you say that again? I
Sure.
didn't follow.
So right now, the way their co-location route works is they take the 345 down the east side of this corridor, okay, that pink line.
Yep.
Okay? And so that's the co-location maximization. But just to try to get to an apples to apples, to just compare, I'd have to flip that over and get that 345 to the east side, because then when you go down, do the next map then, Chad. When you get down to this, a very important compensation station, that's that bump out there, that's the Cuyuna compensation station. We need to be moving across that compensation station, go down one more, Chad, if you could. One more, yeah. There's a compensation station. From there, we would have to be tracking with the big line going west to get to the E4, E5 crossing of the river, okay? And so go to the next map, Chad. So as you see there, we'd be crossing across, as I indicated, tax forfeiture land, and the new line would be crossing the river down by that faint pink line just above the township wording there. And that's my understanding of where the E4, E5 line. And then the other combined line could go down the old corridor and cross Rabbit Lake there, theoretically. Okay, just to kind of get to the say, take the engineering out of it, take the cost out of it. So the next one now, Chad. And then this is the app or the landowner's map, and we would have to cross the Mississippi here now, and that pink line is the I believe it's a 115 if I'm accurate. I see nodding of heads. Now, arguably, I suppose we could just before that we have to cross over the top of another 115 line, and I suppose just for engineering argument, let's say we can stack this one. okay? Stack it across the Mississippi, then the next page, Chad. And then let's say we jump over that northern 230 kV line, and we stack it with the southerly 230 kV line, and the next one, cross over, and we cross over then stacked across the river, and then I'll also accept their argument, even though there's argument that the applicant has is that they're using the Minnesota Power is going to use some of that facility there. But let's just say we could get there stacked and then turn south and go on the west side of the corridor. At some point, we would have to cross over a couple lines, possibly up to 3, to get to the mitigations that we've worked out at H. Like I said, if we could have stayed over on this side and got to K, it would have been a good deal, but we've already determined that K probably is not going to be, H is probably going to be the route. And so again, I know the engineers back there are having, hyperventilating right now. We have to give them smelling salts here pretty soon, okay? Well, let's just assume that that be kind of a route we could do. And so we're taking out any engineering questions, we're taking out any costs. Let's say they're equal, okay? What we're left with is 2 higher crossings of the Mississippi River or 1 more crossing of Little Rabbit Lake. They said 2, but we would combine 2 lines and it would cross down to the Riverton substation. I've been down there, been on the lake. I've seen it, stood under the 235 or 230 kV, looked across the lake from the public landing, and there's like a Rectorset Castle on the other side, which is, as you know, as you're nodding, it's the distribution substation that's there. And so we'd be in that kind of crowded corridor, adding 1 more line. And so setting engineering aside, setting cost aside, okay, the balancing test I have, I believe, and I want to just confirm that if I'm not missing anything from your perspective, a choice between 2 higher crossings, at best case scenario, of a national significant river, of statewide significant river, versus a crossing of impaired water, but the Little Rabbit Lake, which, by the way, is significant. If you haven't read the last historical magazine, they just had an article about how that was played a significant part in Minnesota history regarding questions of whether you are in water, riparian rights. And so it's somewhat significant, but not. I'm left with that test. That's kind of where I'm at and where I'm sitting at, taking everything to their benefit. I'm still kind of weighing those 2 things. River of national significance, 2 taller crossings, at best, versus 1 extra crossing across Little Rabbit. Am I missing anything? Would you add anything that I should add to that scenario?
Are you asking me, sir?
Oh, I'm asking Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry,
Sorry.
my mic wasn't on. Probably wasn't. Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, so if I understand your argument correctly, you're looking at effectively
Analysis. I'm trying to make sure I can analyze apples to apples.
Right. It's kind of a crisscross in a way of the lines so that you're rerouting and you're minimizing under your approach to
Human
2 river
impacts.
crossings versus the Little Rabbit Lake. But those are the only issues that we're talking about.
Yep. I bury it down. If I can take out landowner impacts, if I can take out all the other impacts, cost impacts, engineering impacts, it still boils down to, do I pick 2 crossings over the Mississippi or 1 crossing over Little Rabbit Lake?
Aren't there, I don't want to slow your roll, Commissioner Tuma, but
I'm trying to analyze it. That's
there are
why
transmission line crossings as well in E4, E5, right? You're not,
we'd have to hop onto them. If we could hop onto them, maybe it would mitigate the impact. We could stack. I don't know if we can stack a 345 and a 230, but I'm just for throwing engineering out, just saying if I can get to the west side, even if I don't have to rebuild the Riverton substation, I'm still weighing those impacts across the river versus across the lake.
and I don't think you can stack the 345. I'm not an engineer, but I think it's like a
But my
messes
point is,
with
if I hold all
everything.
things equal, I still gotta a balancing test. The ALJ apparently, because I didn't see it in the record, made some sort of balancing determination. I can't quite find it, so it's baffling me. So I'm trying to unravel what's happening there, and I get to the rub of that decision. There's other decisions to make, but I get to that rub, even given the best case scenario for the E4, E5 route, I'm not seeing what she's seeing.
So Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I'm going to deflect a little bit your question about the test and the decision making because we just managed the record. But I can't answer the question about the record, which is when we went through the ALJ report in our exceptions, we noted that her selection of E4 and E5, we couldn't find any specific support for those routes. And that was a bit of an issue for us, given that the EA lays out that there are these 6 line crossings with E4 and E5, and those are reliability issues. And I can't really describe fully the engineering constraints, but I am of the mind that they are likely significant and perhaps maybe impractical.
And that's where I'm at. If I hold all things, if I ignore all that and hold all things equal, I'm still thinking the co-location route is the better route because I'm not crossing the Mississippi River with more intrusive structures. More than likely have to be wider structures, which I'm going to make an argument for why we shouldn't do that on the north end of this route. And I appreciated the fact that they did it in the co-location on the other part of the Mississippi. So as I look at this and I look at the significance of this river of national and statewide significance, tearing apart more land to get lines across it just causes me problems. So holding all things equal, I can't support this line. Then we know all things aren't equal because way I wrote that line, I had to make, I counted like 12 engineering leaps to get to the best case scenario where their co-location route maximization makes essentially 3, which is they have to jump over that 115 kV line coming from the east. They got to marry the 230 and the 115 on the west, okay, and they got to get the kV, the bigger line across the river, across Little Rabbit Lake. So I got 3 engineering things to worry about. So all things aren't equal. And then when we look at the landowner impact, even if I hold all, there's not equal there either. And so that's what I was trying to get to. Even if I could force them to be equal, I still come up with a decision of it makes more sense. And they point to you and they say, oh, well, we said we can get to that west side. And like I said, it takes a lot of imagination to get to that west side and start going down the west side past the substation without rebuilding the substation. We probably could do that, but you would agree with me to get to the mitigations later down the road, we're going to have to make an engineering leap across a couple lines to get there, right?
Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that is correct. That is correct.
And I do want to give Mr. Anderson an opportunity to tell me how wrong I am, and I'm sure he will have plenty of reasons why I am, but
Mr. Anderson?
That's the struggle I'm having here, holding all things constant, following exactly what you suggested.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm struggling with it.
Let Commissioner Tuma know why you think he's wrong.
Well, thank you. And I apologize if this is going to be somewhat disjointed because I'm sort of doing this on the fly. But there is a couple things that I would certainly point out. First off, the E4, E5 route does not require any new crossings of the Mississippi. It follows the existing crossings. So there already are power line crossings across the Mississippi that E4, E5 would follow. I would also point out that the argument that has been made with regard to the 6 line crossings depends on where you draw the line. And so that's an issue that may be, or I think likely could be addressed. Then there is the EERA recommendation, which I quoted from, which is in our papers, and which I read from September of last year, September 5th, where they said that the E4, E5 is doable in terms of the impact on the Riverton substation, that you wouldn't have to move it. I think the biggest point that I would make here is to keep in mind the E4, E5 was proposed in December of 2023 by the Hay Lake property owners who didn't want the route to go over their property. So it's admittedly a route that was proposed by, non-engineers, just the public. And since that, when it was first proposed, for weeks or months, the applicants were saying this is a great route. They were just saying it's very good. We're looking at it microscopically. And in their EA that they had last summer, they said that the costs were no different and that it was a viable route. And now, after they heard the public comments, they come back and they say, oh, no, it's infeasible. And they point to the Riverton substation. They don't point to anything else. They say, well, we'd have to move the Riverton substation. And then the EERA, in their conclusions from September of last year, say, no, you could work around the Riverton substation and not have to move it. And we showed, just quite honestly, because I drew the lines.
Mr. Anderson, I appreciate you, but we read all that. I read your comments. I've read the side-by-sides.
I understand.
I'm trying to get your understanding. I know you say, well, it just crosses where it was before. I'm asking you to confront my assumption, my analysis. I know the ALJ came to a different conclusion, and I don't hear you saying anything new that I don't already know, okay? What I'm saying is when I look at it and I get it to absolutely to all the engineering questions to be zero, all the cost questions to be zero, okay, no Riverton substation rebuild, okay, you're still going to have at best, too much taller towers crossing the Mississippi River, okay, in an already crowded area, or you could have one extra line across an already crowded corridor in the Little Rabbit Lake area. And so I'm saying to you, given that balancing test, I don't know what the ALJ was thinking. I know what I'm thinking, and you're not refuting that, okay? I am not going to pick two more intrusive towers across a river of statewide and national significance, particularly in an already crowded area like it is now. So rebut that. I got all your other arguments.
Mr. Anderson.
Well, sir, thank you very much, Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner. If you said that you'd been to Little Rabbit Lake, so you know that there are two existing lines there. The applicants want to move one of those lines to, I guess, to be farther to the south. Then they're going to build their new 235 line along Bluegill Road. They're going to go up over the DNR's public water access. And if you look at our Exhibit G, you can see that even with their route, which is as I understand it, is the black and yellow line, they are going right over at least 3 residences, the yellow boxes. And if you move, because they're asking for a 1,000 to 1,120 foot, route width to operate in, you move it a little bit either side, and you're hitting even more residences. I mean, I think that the ALJ's decision did represent a balancing, which included the impact on humans and recognizing the fact that Little Rabbit Lake, the area that you're going across, is literally only a few hundred feet from the Mississippi River, and the towers are, to the extent that you're concerned about the impact on the scenic area of the Mississippi River, it's going to have just as much of an adverse impact as if they put some taller towers over the crossings that are already there, which I'm quite familiar with because I head up the Mississippi to go smallmouth bass fishing. It's, you look at the residential impact along Bluegill Road, from the public water access, and again, I'm looking at our Exhibit G in our replies, and there is a huge, a very substantial number of homes. And, just a few minutes ago, I heard you very eloquently arguing for the, what I'll call jog out around the individuals that own the sled dog facilities in that one area. And this is, E4, E5 is a suggestion to do a similar sort of jog out to avoid the residences on the west side of the Little Rabbit Lake area. I'm not a an engineer, and E4, E5 have not been considered from an engineering standpoint. I think that if people sat down and worked through it, I would have every confidence that, not only could you get to your point where all other things are equal from an engineering and cost standpoint, but you could come up with a way to do it where it's not going to have any, adverse impact on property owners. I hear you saying that you don't want to cross the Mississippi River, a important waterway, except it's already been crossed. It's already been crossed twice, and all that the E4, E5 does is follow the same route. In fact, if you look at the map, I mean, I can tell you that the Mississippi there has been crossed 3 times already.
Right. Thank you.
And that's the point.
Yep. Thank you, Mr.
If you have
Anderson.
other questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
No. Yep. Thank you. I have a question for the department for Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, could you respond to Mr. Anderson had made the point that the department in its comments back in October had said E4 and E5 were feasible. To my ear, feasible is a bigger umbrella of a word than the one we should do. So I'm wondering if you could shed some light on my question there. Like, what was the department saying back in October? And then I have another question, and it might be for Ms. Verhalen, or it might be for one of the engineers who works on the project, but to shed some light on when I think a 345 kV line is not just something you can kind of plug and play into the existing system. You're going to need it's going to need its own crossing across the river. And I'd like to have somebody, so like we are actually not just using the same right of way, it's going to expand that out. I mean, there's interactions between lines, and a 345 kV line is a big line. And I think that's to Commissioner Tuma's point that you can't just plug this in and accept that it's going to be just fine. So, Mr. Sullivan first, and then I'd like to hear from the applicants on that question. Mr. Sullivan.
Chair Sullivan, the correspondence that Mr. Anderson or Dr. Anderson is referring to is our September 5th, 2024 response to comments. And what our position is that in responding to the applicant's concern of E4 and E5 and the Riverton substation, the congestion issue was presented, but we noted that there's also quite a bit of route width, and that as that part of the project moved forward into the ALJ's comments, that it was still a viable option to consider. A number of options to consider throughout the route, but we want to also note that this was still available and something that should be reviewed.
So viable meaning like we should look at it?
Correct.
Okay, but not what your recommendation is?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I will take a first crack at answering your question, and if you want more information, then we'll have one of our engineers come up and have that dialogue with you. Both you, Chair Sullivan, and Commissioner Tuma identified the issue in that the 345 kilovolt double circuit project needs to be on its own structures, on its own right-of-way. So the existing crossings that are there would remain or be shifted slightly depending on what the constraints were on each of those banks. But the right-of-way would need to be expanded by at least 110 feet to accommodate both the at the northern crossing, both the existing 115 line and then the 230 kilovolt structures. And then as you get to the southern crossing, you have two 230 lines there that may or may not be able to be co-located depending on their electrical purposes and needs. And then the double circuit 345 would need to be constructed next to those, whether to the north or the south, and there have been various lines drawn on maps that have different impacts. But your understanding is correct. We can't just build a quadruple circuit crossing at these locations.
It could, but it'd be really, really high.
That would be a tremendously high structure.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So question to the applicant. Dr. Anderson claimed that I think initially applicant says it's okay and you don't have to move the substation, and then you change your position after a certain point. And then second, yesterday or the day before yesterday, we have received a letter from one of the landowner around E4 and E5, claim that applicant indicate that it is very unlikely E4, E5 will be chosen due to the issues. Why ALJ picked E4, E5, given that your concern raised in the process, extent you can explain? Because I think we owe this answer to the public that they raised this concern. I think we have to answer this question.
Ms. Verhalen.
Sure. Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, the applicants have never previously said E4 and E5 could be constructed and then change their position to that it can't be constructed. Instead, if you go back to the applicant's comments back in December of 2023, the applicant said E1 in this area is actually the only alternative that's constructible here and should be the one that's carried forward on the record. As to your question about a specific conversation with that landowner, I would need to check with the team to see if the right person is in the room to respond to that particular conversation. But the applicants have not, Mr. Anderson raised some points about the applicants had said these were very good alternatives. Those were comments that were made at a Crow Wing County board meeting where the applicant was talking about, as a general term, there are many alternatives in the proceeding that are very good alternatives and worthy of evaluation. The person speaking didn't identify the specific alternatives. They were speaking generally about the process, that it is a very fulsome process, and there are a lot of alternatives in the record for consideration by EERA and their EA.
Thank you. So I think you answered most of it, but one, how about the concern with the moving the substation? What is the reason that you need to move that substation?
Ms. Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom. In both the applicant's September 19th comments and January 10th comments, there is a figure that identifies the various constraints around there. And there is not somewhere to readily route that line around it without creating additional problems. Additionally, constructing that line over the substation would lead to significant issues with future maintenance, even the initial construction, but future maintenance, especially as, unlike a transmission line where you're taking out portions, you would have to de-energize that entire facility to do that kind of work. And if you have more questions, I'm happy to call up one of the engineers if you have more detailed questions.
Yes, I think I prefer some engineers to show up and answer me some question for public to understand. I'm not an engineer, but I'm familiar with some of those engineering terms. So I'm going to try to ask some engineering question around that one.
If you could just welcome, if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Christian Winter, Manager Regional Transmission Planning for Minnesota Power.
Okay, thank you. Is there any concern with the NERC reliability requirement regarding this substation if E4 and E5 are selected?
I think so, as Ms. Verhalen was talking about with the alignment of that alternative drawn crossing over the top of the substation. If we just talk about that scenario, you have this double circuit 345 kV line crossing over the top of a 230 to 115 kV substation, and we have quite a bit of discussion on this in our response to the comments or the comment request that was sent out. And I forget how many exactly lines are coming in and out of there, but that's a major hub, as Commissioner Tuma said earlier in the day, for our local transmission system. And when we evaluate that from a transmission planning perspective, in accordance with NERC TPL transmission planning standard, we need to consider what is the impact of not just any one of those individual circuits happening, but where we have these sorts of configurations, what would happen if that line came down on top of that substation? And that may be considered an extreme event, under the NERC categories, but it's an event that you are creating the possibility for by this configuration, and therefore the need to evaluate it and understand the impacts of it. And in this case, with the double circuit 345 kV line coming down over at least 4 230 kV lines and some 115 kV transmission serving the local area, we would expect significant impacts from that type of event.
Okay, so there is no clear violation of the TPL, but you do not recommend as an engineer to do it because it's not prudent engineering judgment.
Feel free to.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. And Commissioner Hom, I would say you don't come to a violation of the NERC TPL standard until you do the study of it and identify the issues, and then in that case you develop a corrective action plan. So it isn't, I wouldn't say that there is a category for violation of the NERC standard. The NERC standard is designed to help us identify where there may be risks and inadequacies on the system, and then within that specify how you address those when you develop corrective action plans and what type of corrective actions you develop. So it's sort of an in-between in terms of maybe not strictly speaking a violation of NERC TPL standard, but also more than prudent engineering judgment, something that we would subsequently have to more than likely mitigate the impacts of with additional improvements to the surrounding system.
Okay, so is there any physical space you can potentially mitigate this?
Commissioner Hom, can you clarify when?
So, what I heard from the department is department's comment was there is a possibility, there's a room to have a mitigation to address this concern. So I don't know whether department had an engineer making that judgment or it was just your professional judgment as an EERA staff.
Mr. Sullivan.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hobbs, said looking at that particular part of the route, our suggestion was that it is viable for further consideration, which may include mitigation. It was no way an endorsement of the route. We wanted that particular section to be something that the judge considered applying the routing factors to and coming to our own conclusions as well as using our own record. Okay. And so that's what we were expecting to see.
So thank you. That means that we have only one record here from the judgment from applicant engineer that is not viable alternative in this case.
Mr. Winter.
So Commissioner Ham, if you're saying that it's our position that it's not viable because of the crossing of the Riverton substation and the lack of space around there to change the alignment around to avoid it, then that's correct.
And then probably lawyer has to answer, do you have any other record indicating otherwise from professional engineer on this issue?
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, if you're asking if there's anything else on the record from another engineer saying this is feasible, there is nothing of that on the record.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to give Mr. Anderson the last shot here. He's had his hand up. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. I just wanted to respond to a couple of points that have been made. I would point out, for example, that with regard to Commissioner Tuma's comments about impacting the Mississippi River, that in the expert testimony of Mr. Winter, who testified on behalf of Minnesota Power in July, he opined and described Little Rabbit Lake as part of the Mississippi River. So to the extent that you are, in effect, saying that you're going to trade the two existing crossings of the Mississippi River to have an additional crossing of Little Rabbit Lake as well as the crossings that are there, you're just trading crossings of the Mississippi River. And his name, by the way, is Christian Winter. The other thing that I would point out is that if you look at our Exhibit G, I think it's G, actually it's C, there is a lot of land that is owned by Minnesota Power available to maybe the southeast of the existing Riverton substation. And I would believe that there would be a way to, and this is what I think is consistent with the EERA's conclusion in September of last year, that you could put the route to the south of that and not have to go over the top of the Riverton substation. The applicants are providing a worst-case scenario of not showing any analysis or thoughtful thinking to simply say, well, we're just going to plow right through the top of the Riverton substation. That's going to be a big problem. So I think that, the fact that there is a way to avoid having to displace or move the Riverton substation does exist, or certainly it's worthy of study. The last point I would make is with regard to the co-location maximization route. And I would point out that based on what Mr. Golkowski, who is appearing on behalf of the applicants before the Crow Wing County Board of Commissioners last summer, based on what he said, they were in favor of E4, E5. I would also point out that the DNR is against the co-location maximization route, and they're silent on E4, E5. If, however, particularly Commissioner Tuma, if you go to our Exhibit G, see where the applicants wish to take their co-location maximization route, there are more of the yellow rectangles, which represent residences, that are going to be impacted by their route. Indeed, their black and line with the yellow boundary, which I believe is where they're going to want to put their line, will go over or impact at least 3 residences. I would ask at least, if that's the route that you want to make, then those landowners, those property owners, deserve just as much gold-plated care, consideration, as you were giving to the folks farther up north, the 2 landowners, with the dog sled businesses. Because this route, if you look at Exhibit G that we have, or the map that's now up on the screen, they're going to be able to operate between their 2 orange lines. There are a huge number of residences between those 2 orange lines, and in particular where they want to put their 345 kV line, the black and yellow, it goes right over the top of, or touches, at least 3 residences that I can see along the way, if not 4. So I would ask that at a minimum, if they're going to be able to go through an area that is that densely populated with existing residences and buildings, far more densely populated than the folks up north, that those property owners deserve just as much gold-plated consideration as the folks up north. You've got to treat people equally, and I would hope that you would agree with me on that those property owners are going to suffer just as much, if not more, if the line goes through where they want on the co-location maximization route. So I would respectfully ask that you at least do that or give that consideration, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me drill down on that, Mr. Pitt. I'm trying to look at this line, and my recollection, help me out, and this is what confused me a little bit, and zoom in just a little bit right where that kind of the upper part of this route is, Chad, if you could, just a little bit to help us out. So when I look at the route, and I've been down in where these houses are along that road, but my understanding is we're going to co-locate the 115 and 230 on what I call the west side of this corridor. It runs alongside another 115 that comes in from the east, and so those two lines go down and will cross Little Rabbit Lake to the west. And Mr. Winter, you can always pop in too. I'm talking to your lawyers, but and my understanding is some of them are basically running into that distribution substation, the Rectorset Castle that's on the south side there. And then you're going to take out the 230, the double pole 230, that is this route that is kind of the golden black. And only the 345 is going to be running down that golden black area. But then this is where I get confused. What's happening there at Little Rabbit Lake? I see a black and squared out line crossing there, and that didn't make sense from the description. So you see that the big 345 is coming down there, and all of a sudden there appears out from under it a black and squared out line. You see what I'm talking about? It's the eastern corridor.
Commissioner Tuma.
Ms. Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma, that line you're seeing, I would say going straight southwest from the gold and black line is what's there now. And so
But that's going away.
And so as part of this, there will be a reconfiguration of those circuits at that crossing.
So what I'm looking at now, I can, in a sense, the black boxed out east corridor line is no longer there. It's just going to be the gold and black line. Is that correct, Mr. Winter? I see you nodding your head. Am I tracking?
Mr. Winter.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma, that is correct. The 345 kV, the proposed double circuit 345 kV line, wherever you see it, will replace an existing transmission line in this area.
And you're not going to be reusing any of the foundations. You're just basically stuck it on the existing route where people build up next to that. It's what I call the double pole field goal kind of structure with the lines coming off the side. And you're going to build a mono pole in there that goes up a little higher. That's what I'm envisioning happening. Am I
Mr.
tracking?
Winter.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. The existing transmission line is a two-pole wood H-frame, generally speaking, and it has a 130-foot wide right-of-way. We would completely remove that line, and we would construct the single-pole steel monopole double circuit 345 kV structure on that existing right-of-way, 130 feet of it, to the extent that, and as it's covered in my testimony, we would only need an additional 20 feet of right-of-way at the edges to have the 150 feet that's necessary to operate the 345 kV line.
But with that, because you're not using the same foundations, you just basically put down the same route. I would assume you have some flexibility, say, towards the north part of what we're looking at on the map here, to move it to the west, and maybe towards the middle of where it is, you can move it towards the east to get it a little further away from some of those residents that build up right next to the existing 230. Is that engineeringly possible?
Sorry.
Ms. Verhalen.
It's within your route, yeah.
It is within the route, and these are the types of conversations that would be had with these individual landowners.
I expect that to be gold-plated, right?
Can we stop talking about gold plating?
The conversation.
I think it doesn't. I just think it leads to confusion.
This again is another location where the conversations with the landowners are incredibly important in the planning of the alignment.
Right.
This is where the alignment will start. Those individual conversations will eventually become the alignment that is included in the plan and profile.
That's what I expected. I think that's what was laid out in front of us. I don't expect anything less here. Actually doing this, moving the co-located lines, or the stacked lines, I should say is a better way to say it, the stacked lines to the western corridor, and moving the bigger, but a little uglier, but they're bigger and narrower to this side, gives you some flexibility to move it around. That's what I perceive from the record, and you would say that's what I'm looking at, right?
Commissioner Tuma, that's correct.
That's helpful, Mr. Chair.
No, that's okay.
I'm prepared to move on unless you got some more questions.
I'm ready.
Mr. Chair, I would move C, Romanet 3, Romanet 16, if I got that right, Craig, I'm not the best at Romanettes. And then I would also recommend Romanet 17, which is extending the co-location of, or the stacking, I should say, the stacking of the 115, 230 across the Mississippi to reduce the number of structures crossing the Mississippi north of Coal Lake and south of County Road 11. There's a map for that, but if we want to talk about it. And then my justification, Mr. Chair.
Okay, can you actually just repeat them really quickly again for me?
So I move decision option C, Romanet
So that's
3,
6C, Romanet 3.
Romanet 16, which is
Then-
adopt the applicant's route and the ERA modification to findings 116
Right,
and 737.
yep,
And then Romanet, this is my additional Romanet in my decision option, which is extending the co-location across the Mississippi River in Perry Lake Township to reduce the number of structures at the Mississippi crossing as proposed by the applicant in their attachment 1 of their January 10th, 2025 filing. And then as to the E4, E5 alternative, the ALJ made a decision, and that's perfectly fine. It perplexes me that the decision she made, and we do give the ALJ a lot of deference because they're there for the whole hearing, and they're making a judgment call, a balancing of several factors, which according to the statute, though, falls to us. In the end, it's our decision to make, and we can accept her decision or we can reject it, and we have to have reasons for, I think, when she makes a decision. Again, she really didn't explain why, and so that's what made it perplexing. But I can tell you what I'm thinking. On balance, I concur with Doc ERA that this is probably, as far as stacking and co-location, this is working the best, even given the benefit of the doubt all the way through, it's still, for me, one of the big factors is the river, and it's a river of national significance. I'm being consistent with it by spending $5 million more to make sure we have less interference with this line in an area that has lots of crossings. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, but to me, the river is a factor. And to get to that balance, I held all things equal. And as we learned, all things aren't not equal, okay? Engineering, lots of things going on there. I'm sorry, I'm sure I probably got you all excited about, stacking 115 kVs on, 345s and everything. I get it. More than likely, if we were going to do it in this space, we would have to widen it out, and that would create that significant impact. And the cost is going to be high. If we could get across and be on the west side and use K down the road, I would say, well, maybe I could look at this a little harder, okay? But I've looked at K, and I've wanted K to work because it's the shortest route through the Long Lake area. But it just doesn't work, and I appreciate all the good work you all did on H. That was when we talked about it scoping. Thumbs up, good work. And so when I look at that, to get to the H mitigations, there has to be some serious engineering work done when you get south of the substation, even if I could avoid the substation, right, Mr. Winter? I'm going to have to do something pretty significant as I get down. And Mr. Winter's nodding, just for the record. And if I do, again, not holding all things equal, there's going to have to be some separation there, and there's going to be impact on landowners across the river that I can't see how I can mitigate. Where I do have some mitigation tools because of the complete co-location rerouting of the 345. I know it's not going to make the neighbors happy. I wouldn't want these ugly things in my backyard either. I get that. But I think there's more opportunities to provide real mitigation to the residents. So those are three big ones, not determinative in my mind, but I asked this question, and the answer was, yeah, the tranche 2.1 of the MISO plan has, I think it's Maple River or Maple something to Cuyuna compensation station. So the first question I had when I saw that, Commissioner Sullivan, after I said good work, is this the Cuyuna substation station we're talking about? And it sure is. And so I got to be coming from Fargo with another route that's going to have to cross over this area where I counted 4 river crossings within a mile. Okay. I got to find another one across there. And that's not counting the 69 kV to the north and also the river crossing that we're going to be creating, an additional river crossing within 5 or 6 miles of this area. So there's a lot of impact that's happening in this area, and future infrastructure is one of the factors we have to consider. I don't say it's determinative, but it certainly weighs in support of the other factors that brought me to the conclusion that the E4, E5 route is not, I should say, more impactful than the co-location route, and that's one we should select, differing from the ALJ. And then just so you know, and part of the motion is, I am continuing the co-location to the north of the Mississippi. Mr. Winter, my understanding is that's is engineeringly feasible to continue the co-location to reduce the number of structure routes going across the Mississippi River. Is that correct?
Chair Sullivan.
Mr. Winter.
That is correct. We had provided that response, I believe, with our January 10th comments, and that is something that we can do.
And so I would make the motion again, Mr. Chair, with regards to this area.
Mr. Graham, is the motion clear?
It is.
All right. Are there any commissioner comments? Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. For the applicants, I am expecting your land agents and applicants are genuinely engaged with the landowners along this route if this motion is approved, and give the equal treatment as you try to give the treatment to the prior landowners we discussed. And we are really looking at this, making sure that you guys are genuinely engaged in this discussion, making sure that you have a best alignment possible for those landowners have a potential impact from this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. With that, let's move to a vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. We'll now move on to Long Lake Region. All right. Do we have commissioner questions? Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and the applicant, I appreciate the changes you had to my Romanet. Let's see, 17? Okay.
And I just want to make clear that that is the changes that you're referring to, that the applicant modified of yours are for the cattle feedlot or the cattle lot?
Scroll down.
Where
to the next
they're currently
slide.
bracketed by 2 transmission? Okay, yep. I just want to make sure I'm thinking about it right.
Show us the map first. Let's work off the map first. You know me, I like maps first, so.
And just, Chair Sullivan, for clarity, Commissioner Tuma, you're referring to our attachment 2 filing from yesterday with those revisions, correct? Okay.
Scroll down, yep. Keep going, yep, keep going. All right, right there. Right, whoop, back one. Right there.
Okay.
So if you see there, you have Minnesota 18 there. Why don't you zoom in a little bit, Chad, so right in that box there.
Yep.
And so Minnesota 18 is right there, and then there's a road, county road, I think 159 and County Road 23 are kind of crossover Minnesota 18. So the property, Miss Britton's property, is the yellow box, and it's kind of now going to be surrounded. She's got about 40 acres, a little less than 40 acres there. Yep. And being in there, and I'm glad your folks are seeing what I'm seeing. Stay there if you could. The property that's right above the red line, the red letters there, the R29. There's a piece of property there who has most of their view is kind of pointing to the west and to the south, and they have as most properties in Minnesota, have a kind of a windbreak to the north and west side of their property, and so their property is not orientated towards the north. And so I think there is some room in that pasture to possibly cross over to pick up the co-location that you're doing. There's a line there, if you see where it says Crow Wing County, that's a line that they marry up with to co-locate into the Long Lake area. And so I'm
Okay,
saying.
so just let me make sure that so basically the applicant's route right here, you would be moving that line north.
I would leave the applicant's route where it is now, but I would give them a bigger, this box would go north 1,000 feet.
Oh, the box with the grade in area in
And
between.
then I would tell them to go talk to the landowners, which is not easy, I get that.
Okay.
But to see if you can make that crossing earlier so that you don't box in the Britton farm.
So by moving the box out, you're basically giving them negotiation space, right? You're opening up the field for negotiation, so to speak.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I do view that this is one of the more impacted properties. I've seen it. I get what she's saying, and given the fact that it's from the record, it's a family passed on from family, so they've been there for quite a while. So I appreciate, she said some nice things about your folks working the land, walking the land. Guys, good job. Thank you. Thank your staff for making that effort. But it's going to be a tough call. I mean, like I said, if I could have kept the line over on the west side and gone down, this is where you get into that crossover between Long Lake, the two Long Lakes, the South and North Long Lake, and there's a resort there. There's definitely going to be some takings there if we were to try to do that. It's just, and we'd have to cross over the lake even further into the lake likely to make it all work. So I tried to imagine us trying to do a different route, but I think the applicant has found a better way. But this is that pinch point that worries me, that I want to spend some extra time with them to try to figure out a route. So that's what my decision option.
And that, just so we got it all here, that's the applicant's modified.
And then one last one, and that is when the applicant comes to the Commission for Recovery of the project between plat, and so I don't know if we want to deal with that one a little later. This is the area down in Morrison County, and I'm satisfied with the applicant's redrafting of this to keep it like we've done with Sowetary, but I do want conversations to be had. If you could go down a couple, Chad, and I'll just walk through them real quick so we're done, and so you see what I'm thinking and saying. So right here is where you cross back over from H. And this is what baffled me. Okay, that's why I asked about what if you put the line on the east side. You do cross over here. You cross over the 230 kV line that you're going to now partner with on the way down, so that you end up on the west side. And we calculate it all out. There's less expense on the west side than on the east side. Okay, I get that. But now scroll down to the next one. So the first property impacted, though, you do a bump out where you could have just kept it on the east side and did the crossover in this farm family's farm. They own both sides of this property. And so I didn't know if those conversations were had, where this bump out had. So that's why I kind of have them in the same category as have a conversation, because you could possibly do the crossover in their property. If they're okay with the longer structure, they may not be. They might say to you, instead of $1.7 million, I'm okay with you moving my house to the other side of the lot for $150,000, okay? So those are the conversations I want to have here. And then one more, Chad, I think is I have.
So I just want to make sure that I'm following along. So where you have the line dropping down at basically where H5 hooks into H7,
Yep.
Instead of crossing over,
They could keep it on the
you
east
could just
side
keep it on the east side and drop it down and then not have to do that bump out.
for that bump up.
That's
But then
what
they would have to
you're-
do the crossover later. They'd have to figure out a different place to do the crossover. And I'm not trying to engineer it for them. I'm just saying maybe there's a cost savings here.
And the way you would recommend that we potentially facilitate that option is that you open up.
No, the route's fine. They know
Yeah.
about it. This one is just going to be just like Sowetary. They're going to be treated the same way, and the conversations will be had with those landowners.
With compliance filing,
Yep.
not
It'll be-
gold plating.
They'll be part of they're the part of the special compliance filing
Okay.
of the pinch point properties, let's call them that.
Okay.
And so scroll down again, Chad. This is the other one that, keep scrolling kind of to the bottom of this map. So there's the Brits dairy operation, wonderful family, Century Farm just this last year, very south. And I don't see any residents that you're avoiding. You move the route further off into the Skunk River watershed, and it doesn't seem like it provides any mitigation to anything. And so help me out. This one just baffled me. I drove by it. I'm going, what are you doing? You're putting it in the river, spending $1 million to put it in the river, and I'm not seeing who you're helping here. The only thing I could come to is you're trying to avoid buy the farm with this farm family, and I don't even know if you had that conversation. So it's just, this one, along with the $7 million one, is just a baffle. So what's going on here?
Ms. Verhalen?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I'll need to consult with the folks behind me for just a minute to find you the right resource.
Ms. Verhalen?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I will take the first crack at this, and then we'll have additional conversation if needed. That is a very wooded area to the west there, and the attempt was to try and save as many of their trees as possible between them and the transmission line, between the home that is there on the west side and the transmission line. So that is the reasoning behind that bump out. Again, this is where the conversation starts, and we'll see where it goes from there.
You know, and I'll leave it where it is. And it's the same conversation I want to have with these and all the other bump outs in Crow Wing and Morrison County to the south. Just give me some reports what you're doing. I get the other one down there, you're crossing over two chicken barns, okay? What's the cost of moving the chicken barns versus keeping the line where it's at? That's what I want to see. I mean, it's just simple as that, you know? There's a couple other properties. One guy has an older house, definitely going to have to move it. Well, he might want a brand new house for $300,000. I'll build him a brand new house in a better part of his lot over $1.7 million. Okay, I think we can probably build him a $300,000 house. I'd rather do that if that's what he wants. I don't know what he wants. He might have raised his children in that house, and it means so much to him. But if it means so much to him, I might even move it to the better part of his property because he owns 80 acres there. So there's a nice little wooded lot to the west. Those are the conversations I want to see happening. And I don't want your staff to think I'm all mad at them. I'm not. This is pretty amazing to get 180 miles, and I have 8 pinch point properties. I just want to make sure that we don't start inadvertently a revolution that's going on in other states, okay? And I grew up during the era back when farmers were taking out their blowtorches and taking down towers, okay? I'm trying to keep that from happening in Minnesota. So I apologize to my fellow commissioners to have to listen to me bloviate on this. So I'm comfortable with doing decision option D, Romanet 2, Romanet XV, whatever that is.
That's
XVI,
15.
as modified in the applicant's decision option 6. And then the decision option as modified by the applicant in XVIII. So I'm working off the applicant's revised decision option 6.
So we'll do, this is, your motion is decision option 6D, Romanet 2, 6D, Romanet 15, and 6D, Romanet 16.
And modified Romanet 17, working off of this is an added one I had, but the applicant revised it.
And can you chalk my memory again why we're rejecting the ALJ finding there on 738?
Or look to staff to that because that's one of their recommendations.
Okay, let me just hang up.
There was several rejections because there were some misstatements and stuff like that. So I think that's just one of them. But either Craig or the applicant might know.
Okay, I'm just getting this. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. One clarification. For the Romanet 16, you are proposing your edit, right? Not the original 16. You had some edit there.
16 would be edited
Yep.
as the applicant edited it. This way I understand it. It
Yep.
was your application, wasn't it? The red?
Your alternative has the edit in the first sentence. So I just want to make sure that we are.
Oh, that was that H1, and that was one that confused us.
That's the
Because we
DNR.
didn't think we were following H1 anymore, and that we were trying to do what the landowner, Mr. Erickson, wanted. So that's what we're trying to accomplish here. So if I'm not accomplishing it, you tell me if I'm not.
Ms. Verhalen.
Yeah, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, that's exactly correct. So in that area, H1 and the applicant's route follow the same proposed alignment. And so because all of H1 is not being adopted, it's much clearer to say, as you did here, follow the applicant's route.
As Craig said, that because he's the one that suggested the change. So don't give me credit where credit's not due.
Very fair. It was Mr. Janus's catch. It is more accurate. So then we will follow that down to the northern part of Mr. Erickson's property, as Mr. Van Corp explained. Work with Mr. Erickson on a way to route it to the eastern boundary of the route. Follow that down then along Mr. Erickson's eastern edge of his property until the route is able to rejoin modified H4, H7 and continue on the applicant's route.
And to their attorney, that was my intent, was to make sure we were doing what you want. And I think it sounds like we are, but I just want to confirm, Mr. Chairman, with their attorney who's on, just that is my understanding. We are following your request.
That is correct.
All right. I want to hear from the DNR really quickly. Is Ms. Warcheka here or somebody from the DNR?
She's no longer with us.
That's correct.
Commissioner Sullivan, we have DNR representatives here. Kate Fairman from the DNR is,
Okay.
I believe, still present back.
Welcome to the commission. If you just state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kate Fairman, Fairman, and I work for the Department of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Ms. Fairman. So my question is, Commissioner Tuma has not picked the H1 route, which is the preference of the DNR, but my understanding is that the DNR I'm actually asking, does the DNR want to see that H1 route? Do you see kind of that 90-degree turn that it makes up by AA14? If you pick that up, is that
Yes, Mr. Chair. The AA14 does cross a Department of Natural Resources property, an aquatic management area. That property can handle that crossing. The area that it becomes more relevant is the H1 that departs from the applicant's preferred route and departs to the west. Mm-hmm. That would avoid this parcel that is marked as miscellaneous. However, that is DNR state forest land, and that contains several sites of moderate biodiversity MBS sites. Those cannot be moved or replaced, as you well know, so those remain a high priority for DNR to protect and keep intact.
Those are down by, that's the H1 route that kind of diagonals over from the west to the east down. That's the preference there.
Precisely, Mr. Chair, yes.
I'm asking about north of that by AA14. You see that where that blue line, for folks, I'm looking at the X4 map. You can see that the blue line that makes that 90-degree turn. Mr. Janusek, you know what I'm talking about. Could you point her to it?
Yes, and that's, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, yes, that's what I indicated in my initial
Okay.
comments, that portion, the part that, the segment that goes from west to east and then follows a 90-degree south, that would avoid the aquatic management area. The part that goes immediately south and connects to the dotted line that indicates AA14, that would intersect with the aquatic management area, but my understanding is that that could be handled within our processes.
Okay, so the DNR then understands what we're doing and is comfortable with it, at least with regard to that northern portion
With
of the
that
route.
northern, Mr. Chair, yes, within that northern section, yes, we understand that.
And that,
Thank you,
I
Ms.
think that
Spearman.
conforms with the motion.
And that conforms, I just want to make sure that conforms with the motion. Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, Mr. Graham, are we clear on the motion, or does Commissioner Tooman need to restate it again? I'm happy to make him restate it again.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, let's make him restate it again.
I have
Have
the
it up there, and
applicant.
it's just like that. So D, as you have it on the screen, D, Romanet II, Romanet XV, Romanet XVI, Romanet XIII would be my motion, Mr. Chair, as modified by the applicant.
So I heard you omit 17. That's in the red text there, the XVII.
No, all of it,
So all of these.
all of those, yeah.
Okay.
If I didn't say all of them, I was dyslexic in accent, sorry.
Everything on the screen. Okay.
Are you good?
All right. Let's move to a vote. Commissioner Hum.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. Now we can move on to Benton County Elk River. I'm now losing my voice. Commissioner Tuma, you want to take us?
Yeah, I'm
We're
okay
getting
with,
close to,
the rest of the route as proposed
We are on
by the
descent,
applicant.
right?
E, adopt the co-location maximization route. F, findings and conclusions, there's some modifications.
that's not J1, J2, or J3.
J1, J2, or J3. It is the applicant's co-location modification, which essentially is the east side of the route down there, doesn't go along the road, stays along the existing transmission corridor, is the way I understand it. And I think there's enough in the record to distinguish why, but for me, the big factor was we're essentially opening up a new transmission corridor along a road next to more houses, as opposed to staying along the existing corridor, which, and I know the DNR is it, but the Elk River is not much of a river, it's more of a creek. And we already have interfered with it, so I don't see the same sort of, people canoeing under it type thing that I would worry about on the Mississippi River. So I find this, the ALJ, I'm sure it was trying to mitigate some factors, but given the human impacts that are happening with the J routes, I think the following the existing corridor in the co-location design that was provided by the applicant is the most viable and best route compared to.
I feel the same way. Commissioner Hum. All right, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Tuma.
Aye.
Aye.
We didn't really go in.
That's okay. You can mix it up.
I did call on you first, though. Commissioner Hum.
Yes.
I vote yes. So you had an aye, you were a yes, and I was yes.
Yes, we're all yes.
We're all yes.
Yes, unanimous.
Commissioner, Mr. Graham, is that cool? We can mix up the yes votes that way? Okay. All right. Planes about to land. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I propose to consider 8 to 11 first and withhold the 12 and discuss 12 along with the 4A and 4B we left in the parking lot.
Can we, so we have to do additional findings and conclusions right here for F under 6. Okay, is that? I am comfortable moving staff's recommendation to move 6F3. Are there?
I agree with
All
that
right.
completely.
Okay, so I will move that. Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes, the motion passes. All right, now we are on to
8.
Part 3, 8 through 12. Commissioner Hom?
Yes, I can move 8, 10, 11, and withhold the 12 until we consider 4A and 4B.
8, 10, 11. So just, we would move commission decision options 8, 10, 11 right now.
Yep, and then also I can move 8A if Commissioner Tuma allow me to do it, or he can do it.
Yes.
8A, which is, where did that go?
We have that for putting up on the screen there, Chad.
This is your
We filed it.
compliance. This is with Leech Lake.
Yep.
And the applicants are A-OK on 8A?
Chair Sullivan, no objection.
Yep. Let's do that. Okay. Commissioner Hom moves decision options 8, 8A, 10, and 11. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. All right. Bring us home.
So can you put up the 4A and 4B?
I do also have 9B.
Which one? Okay. Do you want to?
No, let's get this. Let's get this done first.
Commissioner Hom, I don't know what you've developed yet, and I'll just kind of.
No, I mean, this is the language I developed with the council. I'm willing to change the number in the 4A with the median number, which is a part of the application, the mean number. But I think, to me, with the second sentence, it doesn't have much meaning. But we can ask applicant whether they like the number going up a bit, but I think clearly we are stating it, even though that was the intention. But if applicant wants this explicit language, we can give this language, but if they are not comfortable with it, and if they want to bring up the number above, my initial intent is moving it to the average number.
Okay, so then your revised 4A is what we see here. Nothing prevents the applicant from seeking recovery. Ms. Verhalen, I have a sense what your thoughts are on 969 million, but feel free to.
Chair Sullivan, the applicant's position as far as 970 million hasn't changed, especially now that we know that the commission has approved the co-location maximization route. We had some great math done behind us as decisions were made by this commission to remove certain costs, to add certain alternatives, and the mid-range of what this commission just approved is 1.369.
1.369.
But that's on the, I mean, great mathematicians behind you. But again, I think what you're doing is giving the flexibility, Mr. Hom, that when we get to the first touch of this, which could be a recovery in the rider, they can revise that, and they don't have to do it on the back of an envelope. They can do it in a compliance filing. That's the way I understood what you're trying to do, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to do. Average number, I was willing to take is average number within the company's application in the first part of the discussion before discussing the option. Because at this time, introducing number from that option, it will confuse the record, because we use the clean number in the beginning, and then within the 60 days, you can develop the new number. You can provide that in compliance. Clearly, you can use that number during the TCL rider. So actually, we are trying to give you that option, but we want to make sure that we have some baseline to start with. So It is not different from what you're trying to do with the original 12, but we are starting with the number.
Do you want to respond to that, or I had another thought too?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Hom, the reason for requesting that midpoint of what this commission just approved is also for transparency to customers. If they see 970 million here, and then the TCR filing is 1.369, there will be some confusion as to how that number got there. Even though sitting here today, we know the midpoint of what this commission just approved, the estimate, done on the same basis as the original application, is 1.369.
So can you give me the range of the numbers that you found
The range for the
for what we just approved? Is it 1.1 to 1.6 or?
Just one moment.
Yeah,
Chair
or is
Sullivan,
it
that'd be amazing.
1.4 to 1.6?
Million here, million there. We're talking about real money pretty soon, right?
Is it 0 to 3.2 billion? I don't know. You know.
The range for the route that the commission just approved is 1.12 to 1.57.
1.12 to 1.57 is the range. 1.12 to 1.57. Well, here's what I was going to recommend. I recommend, based on the conversation that we had earlier, that we take that 989 million, the 25% variance fee at MISO, and we make the soft cap basically 1.21, because that's the number that we have in the record, the 989 number. That gives them some, I mean, that gives you 1.21 is a little bit more than your low end. It's a little bit lower than your median. Feels to me like that's fair, but.
Yeah, I mean, as long as a record can support, I think I'm okay. I understand the applicant's in difficult position given this overall situation. However, also we have to tell ratepayers this is what we are expecting from the applicants. Being said, I think the applicant has a clear record. We tell them to change it. So I don't know whether you have any burden of proof beyond that other than engineering data going into it.
Yeah, we told you.
So that's why.
This is one thing, just Mr. Verhalen and folks, is like, from my perspective, I think that where the major cost savings are going to come from is the utility scale and your ability to crush costs out of the supply chain and your ability to bring, you're going to be buying, steel. I have no idea how much steel you're going to buy, but I'm sure it's going to be in the, 500,000, 600,000 million tons of steel. Like, you're going to be buying in bulk. And that's where I think the real savings are. And I mean, the engineers are being like, no, he's off on a factor of 100. I don't know. But I know that you have the ability through your access to the market to drive costs down. And that's where I come from. Just so folks know, when I think about like the changes, no offense, Commissioner Tuma, but when I think about these modifications that we make, those all can get washed out by the ability of the utility to bring costs down through their scale. So that's where I come from, and that's why I'm comfortable with having a soft cap there. And I'm also comfortable because of what I said before. Like, I think that cooperative is not that Minnesota Power isn't. I think you guys are, but they're a cooperative.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, as I said before, our utilities are doing well, and track record shows that they are managing costs pretty well. But also, we have to show other states and ratepayers that we are making sure, even though we know that they are doing well, we are checking. I think that's the critical information to go out there to making sure that we are checking on numbers.
I agree.
So, but I'm okay with the 1.21, that number you came up, because that's within the range, and then also that can be supported with a record then.
Ms. Verhalen?
Chair Sullivan, Minnesota Power does not object to that.
All right. Well, Commissioner Hom, do you want to make the motion with the new number?
Okay, and now it's
1.2 million? We're going to put that in there?
1.2 million?
That's a lot of money for me.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
so to be precise, it was 1.21, right?
1.21.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. With that modification, I move 4A, 4B, and 12 as modified.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. And now, the last item.
Yeah, number 9.
Of
you
the
guys
first
wanted
docket.
9 in the decision option, right? If I understand 9, not my 9s, the 9 that's in the staff briefing paper, right? So that's a vegetation management agricultural.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, this is one where we would have preferred our edits to the vegetation management plan, agricultural impact mitigation plan, special conditions, but we can certainly operate within what's been approved, which is decision option 8.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm okay with moving 9 as the staff has laid out, and then 9B from the applicants that we edited. Chad, if you could put that up, I'd appreciate that. To my fellow commissioners, there you go. You can
Okay,
have a
thank you.
physical copy.
Commissioner Hom.
So I took your language clean and I added in so that I covered that Mrs. Britton's property, the 40 acres, in case for some reason you can't get the line to the north. So she's treated similarly to our folks who are having the lines shifting. And then I indicate that there shall be a report. So it's a report, it's a physical document. You're not just throwing something. It'll include a description of their resolution with landowners, okay? After the transaction for these particular parcels are completed, and at the time you seek cost recovery in the proceedings for the line in front of the commission, the permittee will update this report. And then the additional 2 is the permittee shall provide copies of these reports to the landowners, including in the report, along with a description of how the landowners can send comments to the commission on the substance of the report. So we'll be tracking it. The last one is to be debated. I left it out. I didn't try to hide it. This is my feeling for these landowners, is that these particular landowners should understand that we want to cover any of their costs to deal with this difficult situation that they're in, including the ability to hire an attorney under eminent domain. Having done it, your legal fees are not covered, and it's based on the amount of offers and stuff like that. And I'm sure you're going to offer more than the present value that a judge would ever. I never want to get there. I want them to feel, though, comfortable that their attorneys and their realtor appraisals and their construction appraisals or their moving appraisals and all that stuff is covered by us. I'm happy to leave this out, that sentence out, so that it's not in our permit. Hopefully make Ms. Ackermani a little bit happier. But I think I send a message. I don't want these people to feel like they've been put in a hole. Okay, they should be treated and made whole. And I think we're dealing here, and I want to emphasize it very clearly, that these are special circumstances because we're doing co-location. This is the first major co-location that we've done, such as this, in such a crowded area. And so because of that, there are going to be these co-location property pinch points. And I think we'd identified the 8 that are key. You've already had the shifts, and we've identified Miss Britton. So you know what I'm watching, and I'm satisfied with the fact that we're watching it, and you're going to work your butts off. Guys, thank you for hard work you've done so far. I've noticed it. This is a huge job and a huge deal. It is really good. I must admit, reading the record, I was very pleased to hear what people were saying. Not everybody's happy. I get that. You always get the one off. But from what I heard today, These people are reasonable. They want to find a solution. They recognize the problems going on, and we all hate to be there. So thank you for your hard work. You've heard it, so I would move decision option 9B without the last sentence.
Sentence, last paragraph there, which is one
Paragraph or
sentence.
separated, yeah.
Okay, so we can cross that off.
Yep.
You just added that in there, so you had a little
So I can
sense of,
bloviate a little bit
so
more.
people know what your working draft was, what your real thoughts are.
Yep.
Okay, so we can, Commissioner Hom. Oh,
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank you.
Janet, okay.
Yeah. Chair Sullivan. Okay. Sounds like you're moving 9 and 9B as you modified, and staff didn't recommend the 9. That's why I was wondering whether you intend to move 9 also along with the 9B. If your intent is moving 9, I need to talk with the staff.
Okay, I was comfortable with it, Craig, but we didn't talk about it either. So if you want to talk to Craig, I'm okay with it. I was comfortable with where the applicant was with their vegetation management plan recommendations.
Do we need 5? Just,
Yeah. Okay.
let's just have a quick 5. I see yellow lights over here. Just careful.
I could be missing something too. So
Okay.
that won't be the first time in my life that I.
Is my microphone, okay. We're good? Okay, we're back. Commissioner Hom.
Mr. Chair, I was wrong. Apparently,
Commissioner Toomer.
we already adopted some language on that already, and we adopted 8. And so we don't want to adopt 9 in the briefing papers,
Right.
and we want to just adopt my 9B as, or the applicant's 9B as I modified it without the last paragraph.
And I just want to hear, Commissioner Hom, I just wanted to hear from the applicants. You've reviewed Commissioner Toomer's 9B, that comports with that conversation, or you are like, no, it doesn't? And
Chair Sullivan, we have reviewed it as it's been edited. Appreciate the additional time. Also appreciate the messaging. We've certainly heard it, and so do not object to this, and we look forward to providing future reports to this commission.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Great. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Since this is the last item, I have a couple of things to mention before we move on to the next topic.
This, and then we can, or no, we can wait.
The couple of issues. One is, I think I'm strongly suggesting this applicant and Minnesota utility to update MISO planning cost estimate, so we don't have to argue this thing once again next time. So if it's Commission's intention to use cost optimization route as our preferred route, hopefully you guys can update MISO cost estimate in their planning process, so we don't have to revisit this one. And then second one is, I think these days the transmission line is not necessarily extension code, because in good old days we have a central station and then load, yes, it's an extension code. However, these days, this transmission line is providing economic development opportunity for the local counties that can host solar farm. Also, they can host a data center or the large industrial load, because these days, this interconnection point is a very valuable asset. So hopefully you guys can go out and talk with the county officials and inform them. This is not only they are bearing some burden to hosting this line, but also they are potentially getting opportunity to have some economic developments. So I just want to make sure that you guys are working out there, inform them. Local community is not just bearing the burden, but they have a potential for the economic developments.
Thank you for making those points. I think they're important and good points. So thank you, Commissioner Hom. Especially the economic development point. Well, they're both. All right, are we ready to vote? Mr. Graham, are we ready? Okay. Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. We are done with decision item number 1. I want to thank the applicants for all your work on this. Thank the Department of Commerce, the DNR, for the parties who came down and stayed, and for the public who is very involved in this. We very much appreciate your taking the time and the work that you've put into this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we need maybe 5 minutes just to get situated?
I need to get my briefing book. I left
Okay, why don't we do this? We're going to take 10 minutes because everybody's just going to take 10 minutes.
clear the room.
And then we will be back to deal with docket number 2 and 3. All right. See you all soon. All right, welcome back. We are now doing decision option 2. I mean, not decision option 2, sorry. We are doing docket item number 2. Ashley Marcus, could you introduce the matter? And I see PUC staff Ashley Marcus is online. Ms. Marcus.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Item number 2 involves Northern States Power Company doing business as Xcel Energy for docket number E002AA22179 in the matter of Xcel Energy's petitions for approval of its 2023 annual fuel forecast and monthly fuel cost charges. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission reconsider or clarify its November 15, 2024 order? There is a correction to decision option number 3. The Department of Commerce would like to add the following. In addition, parties should address other appropriate cost adjustments related to the October 2023 outage at Prairie Island, such as impacts of derating on capacity costs and energy costs, and Xcel's currently pending general rate case for electric service in docket number 24320. This language aligns with the Department's proposed amendment to the November 15th order at the top of page 5 of the briefing papers. Staff and parties are available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. I want to take a quick peek at the Department's language there. That's the language on the top of page 5 of the briefing papers. It's a red language that starts with number 7. Is that it, Ms. Marcus?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, on that language too.
Commissioner Tuma.
To the department, I note that Xcel made a modification on page 6 to your language. I failed grammar in high school, so but it doesn't seem to make any changes, but I assume both say the same thing and we can go with yours, or are they adding something of substance with their modification by moving the word appropriate around?
And before we do that, Mr. Blodgett, could you flash the language up on the screen so we have it, so people know what we're looking at?
That's the amended motion, yeah. I don't know if you have the briefing papers, or you can go page 6. That'll give us similar language.
Maybe we could just let the department, why don't we do that? And if you could just introduce yourself for the record, Ms. Arnold.
Catherine Arnold, Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Commerce. Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma. I think what Xcel has in here as their modifications to our 7 are very similar to what we have in 7. The department feels that other...
So that would be decision option 4, right? That Xcel has put forward?
Actually, no, page 6 of the briefing
papers. Oh, sorry, page 6.
Right, on page 6 of the briefing papers, there is Xcel's 7 that is mainly... They have our red with their modifications in blue comparing to ours on page 5 of the briefing paper. I think, the department's option on page 5 is what we'd recommend. We think there are other appropriate adjustments, but we are certainly open to them making their case, and if they are able to persuade us, then, we will go where the evidence takes us.
So, and Mr. Dobson, I'll ask, and Mr. Dobson, if you could just introduce yourself too, is what I see that the company asking, and it seems like a reasonable request, is like, say we look through the outage, and I'm just generically making this up, but there were savings for ratepayers. You want to be able to include those, right? Like say like the cost of market power was way less than the cost of replacement market power was less than the cost of the nuclear for this 5 days or 7 days or whatever, we should be able to credit that. That's what you're fundamentally looking for. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. That's right. I think there's two pieces here that I just want to make sure I'm addressing. I think that's correct. That's what we're trying to do with decision option 4. Just to answer, I think, Commissioner Tuma's question about the change in the placement of the word appropriate. I'll be honest, I don't think we're changing the meaning of it. What we're just trying to do is change what I think is like how that sentence could be read, because the focus of that change was to say, if the commission determines there's an appropriate adjustment other than what would run through the fuel clause, the commission we can make that adjustment, but it wouldn't be made in this docket, where the way it was worded suggested that it would still flow through this docket. And I think that's what we were trying to avoid. Maybe there's a slight disagreement on that, but I think our movement of that word was trying to just make that, in our vision, more clear, but I think we're still in alignment.
Okay. This isn't because of you, it's just because of me. I'm confused. I understand.
So far.
Yeah, I understand where the company is going directionally at high level, but I've just got to knuckle down here and figure this out. So maybe the department can. Ms. Campbell is online. Is Ms. Arnold, Ms. Campbell, whoever?
Sure. Nancy Campbell for the department. Sure. Let me take a crack at it. I actually think that we could probably support decision option 2, the revised decision option 3 that we offered. And the reason that we offered that is to make sure that besides the costs that go through the FCA, the purchase power costs, that we would take a look at the capacity costs and insurance costs that we heard commissioners ask about and that impact, and those would be in the rate case. So that's why we added that language. And I think we could also be okay with Xcel's decision option 4 to give them the opportunity, if there are legitimate offsets, to do that. So I think that would be the easiest path, is to do 2, revise 3 by the department, and 4.
That was very helpful, Ms. Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, the question I was having is specifically, your revised 3 essentially adopts the language from page 5. Xcel amended that language on page 6 with their 7, and I didn't know what that meant, and I thought it meant the same thing, but Xcel thinks it means something different, and so I don't know. I didn't want to miss something. If you could agree to whatever they're trying to do on their number 7 on page 6, which is equivalent to what the amendment we just added to 3 was.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes, you're right. And it is pretty close to, let me just read it again. We'll address whether.
Like I said, I failed grammar, so I'm.
It's a little bit broader for that first part. We'll address whether any other cost adjustments related to the October 23rd outage at Prairie Island are appropriate. And then it says such as, and where ours just goes, it cuts right to the chase, and it says, in addition, we're just going to address, well, we say other appropriate. I take that back. The language is very similar. So I guess we just had it more compacted into 3, so it's clear that we're talking about the FCA replacement power costs and the capacity costs, and we have it in 1. So you could do it either way.
Mr. Chair,
yep, Mr. Dobson.
I jumbled my last response to this, so I'll try to make this a little clearer. I think all we are trying to do with that is the way the department worded. I mean, this is, I'll admit, this is a matter of degrees and gray area. The way that we read it, I think, presumed or suggested to us that there may be a presumption that there are other appropriate cost adjustments. And so we were just changing that to, I think, reflect a little more. There may be appropriate cost adjustments. There may not be appropriate cost adjustments. It's admittedly a very minor change in the wording that I think Commissioner Toom is right, doesn't really mean a ton.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. as the one who mentioned that, yes, I agree with you that, yes, we are not prejudging whether there is any positive or negative. I think we just need to look into it. I think that was appropriate modification. So thank you for that clarification.
So, Mr. Dobson, since I just want to make sure that, is the company okay with what Ms. Campbell said? I mean, I know you're not good with 2, but with decision option 3 revised and Xcel's 4.
Mr. Chair, yes, I think the way department laid out 3 and 4, we're fine with that. Obviously, like you said, with 2, that's not our preferred decision option.
And we understand that 3 is not predetermining conclusion that there is any.
Okay. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. It's a little bit off the topic, but Prairie Island Unit 1 wasn't up since September refueling outage until last week. Was there any problem with that unit? I don't know whether you can answer that one, but.
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, I don't know the reason for the duration of that outage, but I imagine it will come up at a minimum in our next fuel clause true up, but I don't know the reason for the duration.
Yeah, because I don't know whether Xcel notified department or commission on this long-term outage beyond your typical scheduled outage. That's why I had a concern. Last week I was checking the status due to the weather and the potential risk, and it wasn't up since September refueling outage. Typically it is about a 2-month outage, but it was a little bit longer than I thought. And also, reasoning for the outage was not necessarily refueling outage lately in the December outage designation. So that's why I was wondering what was going on.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, I don't know right now as I sit here, but we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're good? Okay, I will move decision options 2, 3 revised, and decision option 4. Do commissioners have any questions? All right. Commissioner Hum?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes on to agenda item 3. Thank you.
Is that the one you're handing out?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you. This is the compiled revised. So this is what we're going to work from then, right? Okay.
List of compiled decision options. January 23rd.
Nikki? I just need a minute to talk to staff really quick. All right. Welcome back. We are now going to do our final item for the day. Thank you to everybody who has stuck around. Our PUC analyst, Nikki Brownhuss, will introduce the matter. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Agenda item number 3 is docket number E002M23335 in the matter of implementation of 2023 legislation changes to Xcel Energy's Community Solar Garden Program. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve the changes to the LMI standard contract agreed to by the Xcel and stakeholders, and what action should the Commission take regarding changes that did not have agreement? The following late filed comments were received January 22nd and distributed to Commissioners. Xcel and Nokomis Energy both submitted those yesterday. This morning, staff filed revised decision options, consolidating the late filings with the original decision options. Hard copies of the compiled late filed decision options are available in the back of the room. Staff has no further comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will move to Commissioner questions. I'm going to start questions up first. And I'm going to start with Mr. Maluski. Welcome to the Commission. If you could just introduce yourself for the record. But I can ask my question, and then I just want to make sure that with decision option 9 in the revised list, I want to make sure that this is consensus, that you're comfortable with this, with these changes.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. My name is Matthew Molesky here on behalf of Nokomis Energy. Yes, we agree with 9. It does look incongruous to the others. Specifically, that is a result of the way, Xcel can speak to this, I think, probably better than I can, but the way that they calculate the proportion that each subscriber has to the garden is done in DC, and the practical effect is immaterial, whether it's in AC or DC, so that's just to be consistent with the way their program is set up.
Okay, so it basically, it's specific, probably for legal reasons, but it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, matter from, I mean, it matters, but it's not like, not material, it's not gonna, it doesn't change, kind of.
Chair Sullivan, yes, it doesn't make any difference, I don't believe.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then, do commissioners have any additional questions? All right. And also, in terms of, I just want to kind of run through kind of my notes here, my thinking, as far as decision option 4A, the battery energy storage system. Just want to make sure that everybody is comfortable with 4A. Meaning 4A.
Chair Sullivan, yes, 4A is acceptable to Nokomis Energy.
Okay. And then the changes that are compiled, Mr. Molesky, I'll just stay with you. I think we are, for decision option 1A, are you comfortable with these changes here that you see in 1AA?
Chair Sullivan, yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that, let me just get myself ready here. Okay. Good there. Okay. Okay, well, I will make a motion then. Sorry that you guys have all had to sit around for 5 hours or now more. This will be quick. I'm going to move decision options 1A, 2, 4A, 5A, 8, and 9. Do commissioners have any questions?
8 and 9, you said?
Yep, 8 and 9. Staff, does that look? Mr. Blodgett, motion's clear. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
I was looking for a statement. Yes, okay.
I completely, 100% support your very smart.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. Thank you to the parties. All right, with that, the meeting is adjourned. We have completed our business. So thank you all. I hope everybody has a nice week. I'm Joe.
No, I said what we should have told Katie is.
Oh, what we should have told Katie.
What we should have told Katie is, Tuma's holding out for.